Hello, hello, well, friends. Hope you're well. If you're watching the video, I'm playing some more Pantheon today, as I have been really since I got access to it. I'm doing some Dire Lord stuff. I'm quite enjoying it, actually. I've kind of, I mean, I haven't got any super high level characters, so I've mostly been trying out lots of different ones, and a Paladin and a Dire Lord are two that I've quite enjoyed so far. I'm not sure if the game is going to be. Let's have a forest kebab. I'm not sure if the game is going to be the game or an attraction. Beyond kind of trying it again, like many of the other MMOs that we've had, Indie MMOs. But I'll do a video talking about that a bit more at some point, probably when I've finished. I think I've got a few days left to play, maybe this week. I'm not sure when it ends, but hey Liz, how you doing? I still need to work out how to put filters on to some sort of filter on. Do I want to fight this? I think we'll be okay. Yeah, I kind of want to. I'd kind of do like a summing up video of some kind, probably. Hey Uber, how you doing, mate? I'll do a summing up video at some point. I think the sun's coming up, is it? I think so. That's good. Sorry, I'm a bit slow today. Yeah, since we've been playing Pantheon, I've been trying to sum up. I'm trying to come to some conclusion. What is wrong with indie, classically inspired MMOs? I know I'm a broken record at this point on the subject, but it's like, I mean, I've really enjoyed my time at Pantheon so far. Like, not just enjoyed, like really enjoyed. Like just the pottering about doing stuff. But I think I kind of feel that these games, like all of them, like even Monsters of Marriage to a certain extent, are trying to appeal to everyone, so they're appealing to no one. It kind of feels a bit like developers are saying, okay, so we're going to create a classic MMO, classically inspired MMO, and we're going to call it that, so that we've kind of got that market. But then what we're going to do is we're going to kind of introduce more modern sensibilities, and then try and maybe attract a different market, or maybe try and attract the market of classic MMO players who are saying, you know, they want EverQuest but with some quality of life stuff or whatever it may be. And I just don't fit. Like this game feels like the culmination of that. It's like it's trying to be one thing, it's trying to be another thing, but actually, at the end of the day, it's not any of those things. It's not. And I say it's not just this game. Like they're not resonating with anyone. I don't know. Like like the gameplay loop in this game. It's not a classic MMO. It's nothing like EverQuest. You know, in EverQuest you go and you find a camp, and mostly I would say pretty much everyone actually. You stay at a camp until you outlevel the mobs and you move to a different camp. And you can kind of do that in this game, but that's not what they want you to do. I don't think. Like the gameplay loop is basically quite a modern one, and it's a running simulator. It's running around looking for resources and killing mobs as you go, and that's not, you know, that's the only classic MMO that's like that is Ultra Online. But Ultra Online was so different with regards to how gathering and crafting and whatever was implemented. First of all, it made a lot more logical sense. I mean, I don't know about anyone else, but I come to the conclusion that this is stupid and immersion breaking. Like, why would these blobs of ore appear in the world for you to go and gather? It doesn't make any sense. And I know it's kind of gamey and it's a game, and people are saying, oh, you know, that's just how games are, but it doesn't have to be like that. Like, why not try and make it a bit more organic, you know, so that you actually have a zone that is a mine, like Ultra Online did, and you go to this big underground zone and it's a mine. There are mobs there, like not bosses and elites and stuff, you know, because I think everyone should have access to it. But why not create a massive mine where all the ore is? Yeah, make it like an event. You can have like ore gathering events, going to the dungeon with your guild or whatever it may be, you know, and stuff like that. I mean, you've got the society, and again, maybe I've kind of got to a point where I'm a bit fed up with these games. Or I'm a bit fed up with how derivative they've become. We live in a society where apparently they can build this over here, all out of marble, by the looks of it, but they haven't got any mines, or they don't grow any crops. So, like, as a character, I'm running around looking for a little bit that's like a crop that I can gather or something. And again, I know some people say, oh, it's a game, that's how games work. They don't have to work that way. I kind of feel it's being done because it's easy, not lazy, but easy. Like all of these MMOs have these blobs of ore in the world that you have to run around looking for. All of them. It's almost like the I've started off really negative, haven't I, today? as is always the case. Maybe I should stop playing these games. But yeah, it's almost like the Unity store sells like an ore like pack where you can buy it, and it's got different types of blobs. I don't get it. I mean, the thing is, it's not like it's a budgetary thing, because you're creating zones anyway. So why not create a mine so that you're differentiating yourself between the competition. You know, you're not. And I think that's the ultimate thing that I've found, is that all of these games are now becoming derivative of you know. I mean, this game is basically all the other games that we've played, except it just looks a bit different, and things are called different things, and the lore's different. But this kind of like modern, like New World-esque, ESO-esque kind of like a gameplay loop of running around. I mean, do you know what? I actually followed a couple of people because I thought to myself, am I the only one doing this? And this is basically what most people spend their time doing. Exactly this. Just running, looking for a node. And then there aren't hardly any. You know, they've limited the nodes for some reason. I don't know. Some people say, oh, it's so the marketplace doesn't get flooded with wood or whatever. Who gives a toss? It's a game. It needs to be fun. This is essentially what I've spent most of my time doing, is looking around for a node, and it's just not I don't know. It's not a classic MMO. It's not EverQuest. It's not Camelot. It's not City of Heroes. It's not Ultra Online. You know, it's, I don't know what it is. Surely I can't be the only one that has thought, wouldn't it be cool if we took all those iron and those iron and whatever nodes, and we created a mine zone and we put them all in there? I can't be the only one that thinks, isn't it weird that this node just appeared here randomly? Why is it here? And they try and make it feel like immersive a bit, because they put it near a rock cliff face thing, but really, I don't know. Exactly. Do you know what New World did? And this has got nothing to do with budget or how many people are developing it. They had farms where you went and gathered vegetables. Logical is, yeah, it's just logical, right? I mean, the farms didn't have anyone on them because they'd been, you know, like taken over by the corrupted or whatever. But at least it made logic. It made some sense. I mean, now New World did do the just the iron node just sticking out of the ground in the middle of nowhere. But at least in that game, you actually had a number of nodes to gather from. Like if you went to a location where they were, at least you had some to gather. Whereas in this game, you're running around just hoping to find a node that someone else hasn't picked up. And it's not like there's many people playing this morning. It's like Tuesday morning. You know, the population is very low. Yeah. I think the other thing I kind of started to say, but then got sidetracked, is I think these games are trying to appeal to the wrong audience or too many audiences, and it's not really appealing to anyone. As I said, I mean, I've enjoyed doing this, running around killing mobs and stuff, but that it's not enough. It's not enough. Maybe that should be an option on the poll that I did. I don't know if anyone else feels the same way, but there's just a dearth of creativity. It's just let's build a world, let's plonk some nodes down, and then let's people run around and just fight over them. Ad nauseum. This game is basically like playing Embers Adrift all over again. It's exactly the same. And I'm kind of I don't know. Even Monsters of Memories is doing it, you know. It's like I know it's kind of like the big hope. But it's even that's doing the same thing, running around gathering nodes, blah de blah, you know. It's like, at least that seems to have, you know, stuff going on from a lore perspective. So I know this game does, but I think because they've started again, at the moment it feels quite limited in that regard. Yeah, I don't know. I know what you guys think. Maybe I'm kind of just done with this type of game. Maybe I need to be looking for a completely different type of MMO that's offering a different experience. Maybe I need to go back to P99. Hi mate, I don't know actually. I got absolutely sick and tired of playing a running simulator looking for a node, so I think I might currently be on like a low pop one. But then I guess they're all quiet this morning, so it's not that I dislike the gameplay loop, but there's a couple of things. One, I think it's downright mischievous, bordering on lying. You know, to say that you're creating an MMO, classically inspired MMO, and this is the gameplay loop. This is not a classic MMO. So first of all, don't call it that, and that'd be fine. But the other thing as well, as I said, I quite like it. I mean, I still log into New World like now and again just to run around and like gather some stuff and open some chests and things. But let's try something different. Let's put the metal nodes in a mine that you go to, and it's got mobs in, and it makes it an event. You know, and there's the risk reward is that you gather your stuff, and you've got to kill mobs as you go along and all that kind of stuff. Let's do something different. Let's not have a blob here like all the other games are having. You know, it's just, it's kind of tiresome. And as I said, I'm not going with the resource or limit or what time limit or whatever it may be, because you're creating a zones anyway. As I said, you know, why not create a zone that makes logical sense within a world where you go and gather from? Why not have, like, well, yeah, as you said, why not have farm areas where that's where the food is? Like I'm not running around looking at the ground for 15 minutes trying to find like a you know, a food node or whatever. It's just bizarre that everyone's doing the same thing. Yeah, you could have like loads of, you could create a whole different groups of mobs that make logical sense being underground. Yeah, it's just, I suppose at the end of the day it's easy, right? It's easy just to stick some nodes around, but I don't know. I don't know. I was playing yesterday afternoon, and I guess it was quite busy, but there weren't many people running around. But I must have run around for I mean, this morning it's different because, you know, there literally isn't anyone on this server, I don't think, this morning. But I was running around yesterday with only a few other people on, running around gathering, and I spent an hour, and there were certain things that I just couldn't find, and I don't know. I don't know. Like when you're running around desperate for some wood so you can carry on levelling a skill, it's annoying to chop down an apple tree and you don't get any wood. Where's all the wood? Or passing a tree and you can't get any wood from it. Why? Why is it happening? And it's not an economy thing. Like limiting stuff in the economy, it's not all it's cracked up to be. Like I could log into New World now and I could go onto the auction house, and there will be people wanting to buy like basic wood and basic ore. If your game is healthy and there's always a reasonable population coming in, then people will always require the basic. You know, it will always require the basic. Resources. If you do it like New World did it, so that to create the next tier resource you need the lower one, so people will always need iron ore in New World because you need that to create star metal, and you need that to create whatever, you know. That's but that's the thing. This game is creating all of the other. Is copying all. It's almost like all of these guys are sitting in a Discord and swapping ideas. Like the Embers Adrift guys are sitting in with the Pantheon guys and the Monsters Memories guys and the Eternal Tombs guys and the Shrouded Avatar guys and whoever it may be, and they're all just competing. They're all kind of copying the same things. They're all making the same mistakes. It's like leveling. Like, when did the EverQuest levelling speed become unfashionable? Why do you now have to kill twice as many mobs or 3 times as many mobs to level? I don't... What is that all about? Everyone's doing it. And the game also creates its own issues because it's not an EverQuest like gameplay loop. You've got bags and you've got a total weight, which you had in EverQuest, but EverQuest didn't have a gameplay loop where you went around collecting very heavy stuff. So when you do find resources that you can gather, you have to keep going back to town to unload and stuff. It's just like less than an hour you're out doing your loop and you have to go back again. It's just... But I think that's overall. I'm sorry, I know I'm going on, but I think overall that's kind of where we are. I think we've got developers who are creating a game, and in their mind it's a classic game, but they're introducing lots of modern sensibilities, and I think the two are just clashing and they're not working together particularly well. And it's almost because they're trying to keep... So like if I showed my son this game and I said, look, run around for a few hours and tell me what you think, he would not play this game. And he would not play this game, and he's addicted to classic WoW, which is kind of what I would compare this game to more so than EverQuest. And so why would you not play this game? Well, I've run around for half an hour and I'm gathering stuff, and I've got to go back to town. I don't want to do that. I don't want to go back to town every half an hour. I'm killing mobs. I've reached level 6, and like I'm having to kill 50 mobs just to see my bar reach 10% or whatever. And I'm exaggerating, right? But I don't want to do that. It's not what I want to do. Yeah, but you know, there are these things that have made it easier than EverQuest, you know, and you've got these classes, and he'll say, I don't care. I don't care. I don't want my gameplay loop to keep being broken up every half an hour. You know, I don't want to be leveling so slowly. And a myriad of other things that, and I know that you would say that like he's a modern MMO player, but he loves classic WoW. So where does the modern end kind of, and where does the modern begin and the classic end, I guess? And when you've got a game that feels like it's trying to appeal to like that audience as well. I mean, I played through a few classes, and like the rogue feels very, very much like the rogue from World of Warcraft. This dialogue feels very, very much like I can't remember what skill tree it is, like, but a WoW warrior. Yeah, I don't know. As I said, maybe I'm just a moany old bastard and it's me, but I've played this game about half a dozen times in the last few years, and it's not doing anything new. Apart from that, it's got a different skin, you know, that's it really. Yeah, it feels a bit like that actually, where I've got two resources that I build up when I get angry, and then when I've got enough of the resource, I use the resource, you know, that kind of thing. I would say though that it's not a Pantheon issue. It's a larger issue in the indie MMO scene. You know, it's everyone has settled into a particular framework for what their games are going to be, and that's basically it. But yeah, you're right, Liz. That's one of the issues. It's like yesterday when there were, as I said, the servers weren't swamped yesterday. I was playing on the lowest population server. But I was running around with a few other people gathering, and I was just running. All I was doing, I was just running. That was it. Running. That's much better this morning because there's no one playing. But that was it. I was literally just felt like I was on a treadmill. The other thing as well, though, it's not as though you're enjoying the running with regards to like the environment, because like you're going like this, like you're running along sideways and you're going like this. Like if you want metal, you're going like this. And then okay, there's none there, so okay, let's go over here because there's a rock. Like, now maybe there'll be like a spawn behind there. No, that one, no. Okay, so what I do is I run along the thing here again, and and I know that, you know, you can say, oh well, don't do that then, just go and kill mobs, and you kind of can do that, but they have made this quite an important part of the gameplay loop. Like I had a character where I started off, I think it was maybe a monk. I can't remember what it was. And I didn't make anything for myself. I thought, I'm just going to ignore that and I'm going to get to, I think I got to level 6 or something. But when I got to level 6, I didn't have any money. I didn't have enough money saved in that period of time to like pretty much straight away you can get a load of bags for yourself. You know, I created a set of leather armor for myself, and I've made some weapons for myself and all that kind of stuff. But if you don't do that, you get to level 5 or 6, and you can't afford. I couldn't afford to buy stuff that people were selling. Like people were selling bags, but it was like, I was having a look and I thought, well, I haven't got that much. Weapons, I mean, it wasn't really anything for sale from a weapon point of view. So if you want to upgrade from your like starting rusty weapon, you're just better off making them yourself. So yeah, I do feel you're kind of forced into following the gameplay loop to a certain extent. But yeah, I don't know. But what I would say is that I found it pleasant. It's the word I'm looking for. I don't know if it's because of the visuals or not and the music, but when I've been running around and I've had stuff to do, I have found it a pleasant experience. It's a pleasant world to be in. Yeah, for what it's worth, you know. Yeah, but I mean, you know, as I said, I've just repeated myself now. But maybe it's just me. You know, maybe there'll be plenty of you who watch this video and you'll say, "Well, this is kind of the gameplay loop that I want." You know, this is what I like doing, and I like it, but maybe not for the 6th time. Maybe we could have some creativity, some, you know, something a bit different. The time it takes to gather as well, like yesterday, it got to a point where I kind of stopped doing it. It's just taking too long, and like you can upgrade your you can upgrade your like your gathering tools, and you've got a skill to go up. You've got a skill that goes up as you gather and stuff like that. But it's still taking so long. I kind of stopped doing it, unless I desperately needed the. Yeah, I mean, go back and watch the start of the video after. But to sum up, like I enjoyed running around the world because it's pleasant. It was a nice experience, but I kind of feel that these indie MMOs have got into a state where they're just copying. They're just derivative. They're all the same. You know, this gameplay loop is exactly the same as Embers Adrift, and I enjoyed the gameplay loop as Embers Adrift. You know, so it wasn't that was, but when it kind of gets to a point where it feels like you're playing the same game over and over again, yeah. Yeah, what is that all about, Liz? I don't get it. Like that's another seems to be another like meme of like so-called like modern classic MMOs. Like, why can't I said this? I said this the other day, but I've got a couple of people who are real life blacksmiths. None of them have had to go out and kill rats to become a master blacksmith. Like, why do you have to level by killing mobs so then you can increase your blacksmithing skill, for example? It's stupid. I don't understand it. Like the whole crafting and gathering system in Ultima Online, it was amazing because it kind of created like a you would kind of get like a, what's the word I'm looking for? Like you kind of get like literally like cultures around this kind of stuff. You know, so you would get people who go out and gather and they'd come back. I mean, I was in a guild where when we first started off, everyone picked a crafting skill to max out as quickly as possible. I can't remember what I picked. I think me and a friend were doing like woodworking. So like we were creating bows, for example, to level that up. And someone went out, chopped the wood, come back, gave us the bows, and we created the bows and we increased our skill. I didn't have to go out and kill a large brown rat 400 times to increase my woodworking skill. I don't get it. There's so many arbitrary roadblocks to stop you doing stuff. And I'm not even sure. I don't even know, like from a gameplay point of view, what sense it makes. So you're becoming a better fighter, so you can carve wood better. Like what? I don't even see where it helps. Like economically, it doesn't make any sense. And actually, now I think about it, I do feel that this is another roadblock. So they've done this so that a crafter can't level up and make high level stuff without leveling up to a certain point and then giving it to their mates at level 1. But that's not a classic MMO. You know, I can log into EverQuest now and give a fungi tunic to a level 1 warrior. Like, why are they creating this roadblock again where... I don't know. I don't know. But that's another thing as well, that, you know, like tying your crafting level to your adventuring level. It's another copy from Embers Adrift. I don't understand it. If someone wants to go into a game and just be a crafter, just let them do it. I don't get it. It's funny, yeah. There are some things that do feel a bit like they've been taken from like mobile games, particularly like the roadblocks that just seem to be there to stop you. The one thing they have done, though, thank God, is that at least they have let one character master all the stuff. That's the... At least they haven't made that mistake where not only do you need to level the class, but you need to level multiple classes if you want to do all the crafting. At least they haven't gone that far. Yeah, I always remember that though, when the Europa server, I think was it Europa? I think it was the Ultima Online server that we went on. And it was a great thing as a guild, you know, we all got on the server the moment it opened, and as I said, we'd all picked our crafting skills, and some dudes went off and gathered stuff. Because of course in Ultima Online you could run past a tree generally and actually chop wood from it. You didn't get special trees that weren't made out of wood. And you went to a mine to get the ore and stuff, you know. Yeah, because it doesn't make any sense, does it? Like in this game, like I now can't level certain skills unless I get another adventuring level. So I'm basically stuck, essentially. It would be interesting to be involved in, or to like be a fly on the wall, I guess, kind of listening to some, like how they come to the decisions that they are. I don't mean that from a thingy point of view, like, you know, oh my god, like, you know, what are they doing, kind of thing. It's just interesting to see like how they come to the decisions they come to, and how they're all coming to very similar decisions in regards to. But not only that, how they're coming to similar decisions that other MMOs have come to that have gone before them, and now no one's playing them. You know, why would you keep this circle going? Why would you not look at Shroud of the Avatar or Embers Adrift or whatever other game it might be, and say, okay, no one's playing these games, so for whatever reason, whether you love them or not, or you get triggered when someone says that, ultimately the populations have got so small that it's a real problem. So why not look at that and say, okay, so what are they doing? Maybe people don't want to run around searching for a node. You know, maybe people are coming into the game with certain expectations around leveling speed, and you're now telling them they've got to kill hundreds more mobs to level instead of maybe what they used to. You know, maybe just look at this kind of stuff. I don't know. Don't create a game that's got an EverQuest encumbrance and bag system, but then your game is completely different to EverQuest in the sense that they're having to go around picking up resources that weigh loads, so they have to keep going back to town. Yeah, I mean, Shroud of the Avatar gets a bad rap, rightly so, but there were certain things it did pretty well. And yesterday I was in town and I was kind of like, I was trying to work my way up to make metal armour, but to make the lowest kind of like version of chain armour, my character has to be level 9, I think, or something, to have to be able to get the highest amount of skill to do that. So I was like, oh, well, okay. Kind of took the wind out of my sails a bit. Yeah, I mean, I think like the materials thing wouldn't be so bad if he wasn't. I mean, I think on this character I've upgraded all of my gathering tools as high as I can, and I think I've got probably maxed skill, and it's still taking me like forever to skin a deer. It's like, it wouldn't be so bad if it was so slow, but also not only that, but then what also happens is it only takes a few people doing the same thing as you, and there are no nodes, so you just spend all of your time just running around. I think I'm getting parried by a rat, yeah. I can understand accidentally getting parried by a buck. Maybe he sticks his horn in the way or whatever. I think there are also some mechanics at the moment that make it quite frustrating. So you can't run away from anything. You've got sprint, which is a yellow bar. Everyone's got that. But if you're trying to run to the guard and that runs out, it's like I was running away from an NPC yesterday, like a humanoid, just a usual dude. And if I'm running at this speed, like he was just stuck to me. So it was like he was perma sprinting and it didn't run out. So I couldn't get away. So there's lots of little things like that as well. Maybe they'll change those. Hopefully, I'm not quite sure why that was. I mean, they can't have perma spirit of wolf. I don't think. The other thing as well, as most displeased to find out, is that the shaman doesn't seem to have a spirit of wolf skill. So because everyone's got a sprint, it's like I think the speed buff that the shaman have give you more endurance, maybe more stamina, but it's not like a permanent like run speed buff. That was what the hell. Yeah, so the thing I'm concerned about though is that the nodes are going to be kept low on purpose because it's just a way of keeping people playing, constantly running around, you know. And I guess some people will get fed up with that, but I just think there's enough players who will accept that. Yeah, that's what I'm worried about. Is it's done on purpose, you know. I don't know if someone will bring up the market, but like I'll go back to what I said before about New World. Whenever you log into New World, there's always a big. If you do your crafting and gathering system right, there's always a big there's always a large requirement for basic resources. So you almost kind of can't flood the market. Hello, what's going on? I don't know if the tree thing is an engine thing. I guess is it more taxing on... I mean, the game's running buttery smooth for me at 4K. But is it taxing on the engine if you have more physical trees that you can chop? I don't know. The reason I suspect it's done on purpose is because apparently you used to get wood from apple trees, but they nerfed that. So you chop a tree down, but you don't get any wood from it. And I think they actually made that change on purpose. I'm not sure if they changed it maybe because it was a bug or something, but I don't know. So you need to specifically get maple wood to increase the... Yeah, well, I mean, there aren't any classic MMOs that have this gameplay loop, unless you could argue Ultra Online. But Ultra Online, you know, didn't restrict you from leveling, crafting, and gathering by your character level, and the economy was completely different. You know, like classic Ultra Online, you didn't get magical items and stuff, you could just make like hundreds of bows to increase your skill with, because equipment was kind of like more throwaway. Because it was PvP, you went out and died, you lost your stuff, but because of how crafting was, it wasn't a big deal, because you can just you know, you kept a load of spare stuff in the bank. Well, it'd be interesting to know if they, from what I can tell, I saw a few people say they removed wood from chopping down an apple tree. So interesting to say if that was an engine issue, or if that was just done on purpose to make things slower. I was about to say the levelling speed thing is interesting, but it's not really, because everyone's doing it, so it's not interesting. But you've also got this thing where they've kind of increased the kind of speed and kill rate of combat. It's kind of more action focused, although it's like a tab targeting and stuff. It's a bit more reactive. And I would say that you kind of generally kill things quicker than you do in EverQuest. Like, because of that, they've increased the amount of mobs you have to kill to level. And I'm not sure for anyone else, but weirdly, for me, psychologically, it doesn't work. Like whether it takes the same amount of time or not, and I don't think it does, because if it like in Embers Adrift, because of that, they had to keep exponentially increasing the amount of XP you needed every level to an absurd rate, so you're having to kill like thousands of mobs to get one level. But yeah, it doesn't work for me personally. Like, I would prefer to kill a mob and I can see that I get 1% XP. As opposed to having to kill 2 mobs quicker to get or 3 mobs quicker, or in Embers Adrift's case, 10 mobs quicker to get the same XP. Yeah. But they're all doing that. So that's why it makes me feel that they're just, I don't know, they're just, a standard's been set and everyone's doing the same. Of course, in EverQuest as well, you also had like a Zem, so you go into a dungeon and you get more than that for killing a mob. But yeah, it is what it is, isn't it? It is what it is, I suppose. I would say that I think this game has got potential to have, like, even within just the classes themselves, like I enjoyed the Paladin gameplay quite a lot. Because it was a real, as I was fighting a mob, I had choices to make on the spot as to what skill to use to, to mitigate how much damage I was taking and to heal through and that kind of thing. The monk was pretty good as well. The monk's got a couple of like hard dodges, and like I'd wait for the mob to start powering up one of its power attacks, and I'd use the dodge at that moment, that kind of thing. So I think it's got that. It's definitely got that. It's definitely got that aspect to it. Can't be bothered to gather anymore. Let's get to level 6. I've got a couple of new abilities at level 6, I think. The early game needs balancing quite a bit though, like particularly if you're playing a caster class. You can't, like, if you can't unless you've got an actual avoidance skill, you can't dodge. You can't dodge an ability. So if you're level, like my level 1 enchant was pulling a mob, and the mob was running up to me and just one-shotting me because it was doing an auto attack plus its special attack, and plus it might crit. So it doesn't seem to be particularly balanced there if you can just get one-shotted. And it wasn't one-shotted because I was unlucky. It was one-shotted because the mobs were doing just so much damage compared to the maximum hit points I had. They didn't seem particularly well balanced. The only class I haven't tried yet is a warrior, but that was mostly because they just don't have... they're quite light on abilities at the moment. Like, I think they've only got abilities up to level 10 kind of thing. So it was, until they include some more, it didn't really seem particularly... I think I would just, what I would change about this game, for example, but all the other games as well, is I would just remove all of these roadblocks that are just there to waste people's time. I would try to make things more logical, so create a mine for ore, create farmlands for gathering food, make sure there's enough for everyone if that's what they want to do. I'd essentially cut out all the running, or as much as I could anyway. So, or I'd make the movement more meaningful. So moving through a mine to get ore, for example, and fighting your way through, that kind of thing, rather than just having to randomly run around. Yeah, again, it does seem weird that it does seem weird in a very early testing phase. Also, that I mean, they don't have any death penalty at the moment, because I think that's just because they just don't have one, basically. Like, I don't think it's switched off. Just don't think it's implemented at the moment. Maybe they haven't decided what it's going to be. I think the other thing that I always found sensible as well when people do testing, particularly if you do like a weekend test, like a public test, is give players like potions or something, like some way to increase your level. So maybe you can say, right, everyone use a potion and go and test out this dungeon or something, you know. But I guess there's just not enough content at the moment. I think they might have removed it, Liz, then, because I've died at level 5. I've died at level 6 actually, and I haven't noticed any punishment. So maybe they've just got that turned off for now. What am I? In 2 new abilities that I've got. I've got Vital Cage, and an attack ability. This is kind of more of like a general thing as well, like, and you could say the same for EverQuest and stuff. I think with EverQuest, I think the abilities in this game do go up, but like the Dire Lord gets some abilities like, or the Paladin or something. Quite a few characters do. Like at first, Enchanter gets hardly any attack skills, but it gets skills that like increases your magic resistance by 5. I mean, I don't know. Is that going to make any difference at level 2? I don't know. It's EverQuest did that as well, didn't it? Where you'd get like character classes would get skills at low level that just I think would generally not be used. They'd be used later on, maybe when you kind of powered them up a bit. No, I don't think there's any PvP at the moment. It probably could work quite well though in this game actually because of how the combat has been designed. A bit of PvP. Are there any other dudes up here? I've got this Dex Leech thing that I should be using, I guess. I haven't used that for... I do like the sounds of the abilities. They sound pretty chunky. It doesn't sound like you're hitting a human wearing cloth armour. But it does. It would be pretty cool when I'm hitting people in chain and plate. Young buck, weren't we all once? Yeah, if you come up with a suitable name, I guess like so like die here. So young bucks assisting each other. I'm not sure that would be a feature in nature. We're gonna die. Yeah, if you called it like a suitable pizza name. maybe a Pizza Express or whoever it is, could do like a Mrs. Miggins pizzas and sell them in kind of like an MMO. The recipe was the same as... has anyone seen those recipe books for games? I mean, that's pretty cool. Games have got recipe books. I think Fallout's got it, isn't it? And some other games as well. WoW must have one. WoW cookery book. Ah, cool. Legend of Zelda one. Nice. That's good. That's good. That's good merchandising. That is. It's absolutely nothing like classic EQ, essentially. No, not at all. Except the fact that it's got tab targeting combat, and you could maybe argue that the combat could potentially be as tactical and emergent as EverQuest, but no, it's not. Gameplay loop's completely different. There's kind of like a faux gloss of paint because you go around killing rats and spiders and fire beetles and stuff, but it's just not. It's just not. Yeah, I would actually say that if someone said to me, "What is this game?" This game is inspired by a classic MMO. Which one? Then yeah, WoW would definitely be the one. It's going to get very dark now, guys. I do apologise. It's raining as well, so it doesn't help. Yeah, that's exactly right. If I didn't know and I had to choose one, I would say that. There's nothing wrong with that, though. I guess like classic WoW was very popular. I think that's the shaman area. I kind of feel that like it's like for some of the audience, it's a bit like the Fallout TV show, where like they stick a bobblehead in and like a Pip-Boy poster, and people are going, "Oh my god!" And actually, my grand's toenails have got more in common with Fallout than the Fallout TV show. It's kind of feels about this. Oh, it's got fire beetles. It must be EverQuest. Until you tab target something and you get all these cooldown numbers and. Yeah, the funny thing is though, I'm not sure if it's to do with like auto HDR settings on Windows and stuff, but I've seen people in game complaining about the darkness, but I can see fine. Now looking on OBS here, Yes, I can understand what you're saying, because when I go outside of the light, the lamp light, it's very dark. But actually, I can see perfectly fine, and I'm not sure if it's because I mean I'm playing on an OLED. It's got a recent one, so it's got high nits, what have you. The moonlight's really atmospheric, actually. It's really good. I think as someone said before, the engine's kind of, it looks like there's like an eclipse or something. That's weird. The engine's grown on me a bit, actually, like the environments, but I still feel like I'm running around with like Gaston from Beauty and the Beast. I think they need to do something about that. Oops, hello. So what do you think of it all in general, the indie MMO scene? Yeah, same with mine. Like when I'm in an area, when I play a game or watch something where someone's actually made the effort to make it like proper black, then it just looks like, yeah, pitch black. Yeah, what do you guys think about like, the indie MMO scene and stuff? I admit that I'm probably a bit of a moany old bastard to a certain extent, but yeah, I don't know. They just I feel that we've become set in a way of we're set in a way of design, and everyone is kind of being very formulaic. I mean, I know this is probably naivety, but I also think that it's kind of like development now is quite anti-development. Like when you look at development is quite anti-fun. Like I find like when I've played quite a lot of live service games recently, like Diablo 4, Helldivers 2, and all that kind of stuff. And they all fall into the same loop of like constant buffs and nerfs, and you spend ages leveling a class or a skill, and then they change it, and you never know what's going to happen, and someone finds out how to do something and whatnot. And again, I'm kind of repeating myself, but can you imagine if EverQuest there wasn't an EverQuest and they were kind of designing it now? You know, I feel that there'd be a test where an enchanter would be like, and this happened in Monsters of Memories actually. You know, there'd be an enchanter kind of calming and game playing their way around a dungeon to get to a boss, and they'd be going, "Oh, we can't have that. Skipping content to get to a boss. My word," and all that kind of stuff. Let's design that out of the game. I just feel that the developers seem too worried about what players work out to do, and then they want to stop them doing it, as opposed to thinking, "Oh, that was cool," you know. Like, imagine if there were these big public tests and people like Techmos and who's the other guy who used to play an Enchanter on P99 were playing. I think they'd have a fit, and the Enchanter would not be the class it is now. You know, seems to be a real thing about having to stop players doing stuff rather than thinking, oh, that's really cool. And that's, I guess, from an EverQuest design point of view, I guess it was naivety to a certain extent because they, you know, it was. But I think it turned out right in the end, considering there are so many more people still playing emulated EverQuest than all these games put together. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier with regards to like the markets they're trying to attract. It seems like they're trying to attract everyone, but there's a certain market like my youngest son, for example, who loves classic WoW, but he probably wouldn't play this, I don't think, because there are certain things about it that will put him off. So that's that market. But then you're telling us older gamers who have got families and jobs and stuff that we're making it for you. It's for a classic MMO audience, but then you kind of think to yourself, well, what classic MMO audience? Like who? The ones who, I don't know, like the mums who are sitting at home with their kids, who leave the game on all day and kind of play it between people like sick old bastards like me who are sitting around at home all day. Surely you're not aiming at those people, you know. Well, I don't know what generation I am. I think I'm a Gen Xer. You know, I mean, do they really think that Gen Xers are going to have the time to invest in these games? Clearly they don't, because they're not playing them, you know. It was interesting, like I'm going to do a video on the polls that I did, but one of the things that stood out on the polls to me was the fact that it was difficult to get, because I can only do 5 options. So it was, what I wanted to do was just get one big poll and give people a couple of options to choose. But out of the things that put people off of MMOs, and I was kind of talking about current indie MMOs, one of the things one of the highest voted ones was difficulty, in that it's not difficult enough. But a couple of the other highly voted ones were arbitrary roadblocks and time sinks. So, you know, we don't associate those things with difficulty, but it seems as though that's what we're currently getting. So it's all about keeping you in the game for as long as possible, but not doing it with what we will class as difficult mechanics or whatever it may be. It's just a time sink on top of, I think, probably what we're used to. Like I don't. Oh, I haven't checked out my new abilities. What have we got? Oh, I think, well, we've got like a magic resist thing. We've got another attack, which might use that one, I suppose. Would you like to see some Paladin gameplay? Just for a bit. Let's have a look. You notice all my guys look the same. I did see some ogre models actually with armour on. They look pretty cool. I think an ogre dire lord would be pretty neat. Alright, so I've got what are we doing here? Let's just check to make sure that my got some metal bars. I think it was a Paladin where I was kind of trying to make some metal armor, but I realised I needed to be level 9 or 10 or something. Or yeah, the crafting seems pretty implemented pretty well. Well, it seems as though there's quite a bit of crafting, but you have to. Your crafting skills are tied to your character level. So certain ones I can't level past until I kind of level up. I think I just leveled at level 6 to level 6. So some of them have gone up. So like I wanted to create some metal armor, but I can't create these bars at the moment because my level's not high enough to do that, and I need those bars to make some chainmail. Because of course, you know, obviously I haven't killed enough rats, so I can't make the next tier up level bars. Of course not. Makes perfect sense. What I haven't made myself is huh? Oh yeah, I was going to say I haven't got any armour. Let's chuck that stuff back in the bank. I'll show you a little bit of crafting. Let's go and make some leather shoulder pads and maybe some leather gloves. I'm not sure if have I got. I think I can probably afford the. I think the economy, from a point of view of the amount of money you make, is pretty. It's pretty tight, which is not a bad thing. There's no craft all chronic error. So you literally, I come back once with about 100 pelts. It's like, you know, click for every single one. Like, no, come on. Yeah, so I noticed that the like level 6, I bought some abilities that and you have to buy the like recipes and stuff to make things and whatnot. So yeah, if you probably need to make another bag as well, maybe. What we got here? Okay, so yeah, so if you want to make something like leather for it, this is pretty much for everything, but so you need the recipe for the cap, but you also need a recipe called a basis. So you need a basis for the cap. So I'll make some pauldrons as well, but then you need the basis for the pauldrons. So so we need some straps. What do we need to make the... What did I need? Straps for one of them, didn't I? Can't remember now. And also the the schematics go in a schematic bag. Basically, you right click on them and it takes them there, which is here. I'm not sure if this is just a. I'm not sure what happens if you fill it up. Maybe they won't have this, but these are all the recipes that I've got. As you can see, I bought some chain ones, but I can't make the bloody things. Did I not make the pauldrons? Did I just make a cap? What did I just make? No, I just made those. I wonder why the basis is still there. Did I make 2 of those then? I don't know. Yeah, I must have done. Leather cap basis. No, they're not one shot. No, no. You've just got this bag at the moment. I'm not sure if it's a temporary thing. This is all of my recipes that I've bought. Yeah, I don't know what happens when it fills up. If there's a limit there. I mean, this is just like mostly this is all tier 1 stuff really, and I don't even have all of the recipes. So yeah, hopefully that's not going to be the case. I'm sorry. What did I need for the cap straps? Straps. No, you can't do that. No, you have to. No, as I said, you're killing rats is very important to your blacksmithing skill, obviously. So you need to level up your. You need to level up your character level before you can craft and stuff. Sorry, I know I'm taking a piss, but it is just a stupid thing. It's worthy of taking the piss out of, I would say. Got some food. We'll go and kill some dudes. You can make these boxes and bags to put in your bank for storage and stuff. There are quests as well. You can get a whole list of quests. This is the first guy that you kind of get introduced to. He gives you a load of quests that you get like a bit of copper for. Some of them give you a bit of XP. There's some really stupid ones like the tailoring and leather crafting one. Like the GM gives you a quest to craft a bag, and you go and turn the quest in. And instead of going, oh look, I've created a bag, he takes the bag off you as the quest turn in. I was thinking, holy smokes, well, that's a bit of a swizz. Go make this bag for me. Oh, well done. I mean, at least let me keep the bag. Here, I've made a bag. Great. Okay. No, they take it off you. The same with all of them, actually. like the chef, like, go make me like 5 bottles of blackcurrant juice. Okay, thanks. And I'm sure he probably went and sold those. You get a bit of copper for them, but not a lot. So the Paladin is kind of similar but different to the Dire Lord. The Dire Lord essence kind of went up, but the wrath with the Paladin goes up as you get hit, mostly, I think. and then that powers some abilities. He's got an ability that heals him when he hits. This one generates wrath. This one pulls mobs towards you, so but it requires wrath, you know, so I haven't used it that much. You've got a few abilities here as well. This one makes your weapon do extra divine damage. I think this one is kind of like a you parry the next physical attack. This one, Venger's Vow, generates 1000 wrath, but you take 25% more damage. Wrath kind of ticks down as well with the Paladin if you're not in combat. There was a sleepwalking, whatever his name was. Yeah, I don't think it gives you any quests at the moment. Some people only seem to give you quests. When you get to a certain level, so there's a couple of like class quests in. So the Shaman's got a class quest, but it only really I think it kicks in at level 5. So run away. The Paladin's pretty chunky, actually, pretty tanky, because he can kind of tank and heal himself. It's a pretty good combination. But it is similar gameplay in the sense that you're kind of waiting on cooldowns, basically. And you wait and you wait and, you know. He doesn't do a lot of damage unless this Righteous Flame ability is up, though. So he's, yeah, he takes a lot longer to kill stuff. Banking systems like EverQuest, really. It's got bank slots, and you can put bags and boxes in the bank to, yeah, to increase the space. As you can see, the Paladin's a lot slower at killing stuff than the No idea max players on one server, mate, to be honest. Yeah, old Righteous Flame definitely super ups your DPS. Oh, well, it's an MMO, yeah. It's just, I mean, the thing is, I think that essentially what they've done is started again, basically. So the game's very early. think, I mean, I was playing on the busiest server last week, and you know, there were quite a number of people running around in town, for example. I think I'm surprised. I think they had a free weekend this weekend, and I've got no idea how many people played, but it didn't seem as though it was as many people as I thought it was going to be. Let's see if we can kill this mob. This is a bit tough, this one. We might be doing a lot of healing. Ouch. Just couldn't quite tank through the damage. No. That was an even con, but those Ghost Vipers have seemed a bit of an undercon to me. They're pretty chunky. I never even knew him, to be honest with you, mate. I mean, he was the only thing I know about Marquis Dragon is that he was a massive shield for Richard Garriott. Essentially, that's the only thing I really know about him. You know, honestly, I don't know any other content creators really. It was not something that I ever went in for. Really, it was kind of. I mean, I know some guys like who did P99 a bit. Like back in the day. Yeah, but it's not something I've ever went in for, to be honest with you. They certainly want to happen now. It's all about content and access, isn't it? I mean, when I look at some content creators playing the games that I'm playing, like they all love them, apparently. Like everyone. And they do dev streams and all that kind of stuff. It's just not, I just don't I kind of feel that my responsibility is to people watching the video who might spend money as opposed to my own channel kind of getting hits or dev access or whatever it is. If it's shit, I'm going to tell you it's shit. More than once. I watched a dev stream for a game a couple of weeks ago, and they had a content creator on there, and it was just like, I was quite embarrassed actually. It was just like the content creator was just a nodding dog to everything that the developer was saying. There was no like pushback or asking questions or whatever. It was just like a developer essentially for the game. Thanks, mate. I mean, I'm not proclaiming that I am. I mean, I'm sure a lot of people think that I'm a moany bastard, and I am quite a bit. but I think it's only because I've got to that point, as opposed to like always being a moany bastard. You know, I mean, I don't want to be, but you can only play the same MMO so many times before you start kind of hoping for something different. You know, and I kind of stopped doing. I think the only videos I've done recently are streams. I kind of stopped doing them because it, like, for a content creator as well, I just felt like you're becoming what people are saying you are, where you're just putting videos out that are just negative, you know. And I was like, you know, because what is the point really? It's like what's going to change? Not a lot, and that's not to say that, you know, what I'm saying should be a banner for change, but like I do like it, even though it's more of like a post kind of classic WoW system. Like I do really enjoy the combat. Like I'm enjoying just working my way through this fight where the mob seems fairly challenging, you know, and I've got some abilities to use at certain points and all that kind of stuff. But it's not really anything different from WoW, so I guess it's not unique in that sense. I think what we're seeing, the uniquest thing in these games is becoming the lore, I guess, and the environment and the names that things are called. I think, as I said before, they're just becoming very derivative. There is two things that I've noticed that I'm not sure if one of them's implemented in the way it seems as though it is, but it's quite interesting. First of all, I think the climbing system could be really good, like really interesting. Like I've come across some areas where I could just about climb up to them, and the climbing skill goes up, you know. So I enjoyed that. You know, I enjoyed that. I like the idea that there might be some area. I mean, I'm not really one for like hard locking people out of stuff. You know, I mean, I know I'm probably in the minority, but I like the idea of like keying in EverQuest to get to a dungeon. But I didn't like it to be something that certain people just couldn't do because they didn't have the time to do. But I do like the idea of like someone saying, we're grouping in Goblin Cave, you know, it must have a climbing skill of 50 or something, you know. I quite like that. I like the fact that there might be content where you need to increase your climbing skill to get to, maybe, and maybe it's a bit of a you've got to work out the best routes, that kind of thing. I quite like that. I think that could be a really interesting system. So that I like that idea. That was good. And if you look around the starter area, you'll find, you know, not here necessarily, but if you look around, you'll find areas that look like you can climb to, and you need to climb to them. So here, for example, you can't climb on this grey stone wall, but you can climb on this more sandstone-y looking stuff. So can I get up there by running around? Maybe. Oh, actually, I'll show you something that I really like the looks of. Yeah, like not being able to get somewhere because you've got to increase your skill is fine. Not being able to get somewhere because you need to do 56 raids over a week or something. I know I'm exaggerating, but you know what I mean. Over here, and I know that I couldn't do it yet, but I really like this. Is it here? Oops. Yeah, there's this area here that looks like you can only get to by climbing. Can you see it? It's like an island. I don't know what's there, but I like that. That is a really, if they use it correctly, it could be a really interesting mechanic. So that's cool. It looks like I might be able to do it actually, because there's like a oh, oops. Oh, okay. Oh, what was that? Oh, that's all right. Okey-doke. I think we're all right. King Rabbit here, which I've seen. I don't know if he drops anything particularly, but I don't think so. I didn't realise I didn't have Righteous up, so might be a slower fight than anticipated. As long as I can get some healing, I think I might be alright. Oh, that was a nice heal. Was that a critical? Might have been. Yeah, the engine's grown on me. Like the lighting and the volumetrics are really nice. I just think that I like the characters to be toned up a bit, so they don't look so Disney. But you know, I mean, I'm sure there'll be lots of different changes to the engine and stuff as we go through the game. Okay, that was a tough fight. Yeah, I'm gonna try and get down there and have a look, because I think if I can get up on the rock ramp, then I might have enough climbing to. The other thing that's cool as well. So the rogue has got at least one specific climbing related skill, which makes them better at climbing, which I really liked. I like the fact the rogue had that. I think that was a nice bit of flavour. I think climbing is tied to your sprint stamina here, and I think stamina is tied to the stamina stat or something. I think I tried to get down here once before, but there was that trapper was a bit of a roadblock. I think the spiders are not aggro. No. Can I jump down here? I could probably jump down there. Where did that NPC go? Where'd the NPC go? Oh, there it is. Yeah, I think we can probably jump down here. Oh yeah, I think we're alright. I think that's the only aggro mob here. So if we can get down to the waterfront. Yeah, so the climbing. The other thing as well is that what I've noticed is that... Oh, no, it's just a dude. Barrow Silvercrest. I want the Rangers to go in because I want to roleplay a Ranger. Here we go. Yeah, I reckon we might be able to do that. Because you can walk on water at the moment. Oh, I'm not sure we'll be able to climb that one. It's quite high, but we will go and try. Yeah, so the rogue having abilities tied to climbing is a nice touch. Woohoo! Oof, ouch. That was a bad idea. I've got no... Okay, let's just sit here for a sec. What I've noticed, sometimes if you hold shift and you run towards the cliff edge, it automatically puts you into climbing mode. But a couple of times it's happened and I've just fallen off the edge. So, you know. Oh, the other system as well is that when you go near a mob, it says, if you go near an animal, it says the animal can see you, smell you, and whatever. And there's been a couple of aggro mobs where I've kind of gone up as close as I could to them, and it says that, and they turn towards you. But then if you move away, like they don't aggro you. So I think if I get close enough to this wolf here, it might say... So it kind of turns... Oh, okay. it kind of turned around. Now sometimes it will say it can see you, smell you, and whatever. That could be quite an interesting thing as well. If you get animals that smell you and aggro you that way, that'd be really cool. And you could time it. You could tie that into like being a ranger and a druid as well. You know, where maybe they've got skills that lower that detection, not just from vision but from scent as well. Right, so there's a mob down there. I think it's probably, don't know what it is. Yeah, apparently the boars are quite a good camp, but I just haven't got high enough for those yet. I don't know what's over there, but at some point it'd be good to have like a camp, NPCs or something, maybe quest related, rogue quest related. That might be quite cool. Right, I'll get max health, then I'll run off the cliff, see if it attaches me to it, because I don't think I'll die falling down there. So yeah, so two systems that seem unique that I like. That's the climbing and the way that I've noticed that mobs kind of notice you. Yes, yeah, so slate hide boar can currently see you. That's interesting. And some animals will smell you as well. So if they can do that, that would be really cool. If they can implement that in a good way. Okay, let's try and sprint off. Wait. Haha, there we go. Little camp down there, look for some NPCs. Okay. There's no swimming stuff at the moment, so that's just how it goes. I'm exhausted, so I need to wait for that to go off. What you can do is use some of these to stand on. So I reckon I might be able to. I can definitely get to there. And then maybe up to there. Let's check it out. Oops, come up we go. And we can probably get there. What I like about this, it kind of feels like it's got a bit of a Metroidvania thing to it, you know, where you just can't access certain areas at first, and it'll be cool if you oh wow, look. Oh, cotton and ash. That's the next tier up. Oh, there's loads of cotton up here. Nice. There we go. Yeah. So there's definitely two systems, particularly the climbing, that I think is could be good. Oh god, it's cotton. Well, next tier up it takes even longer to harvest. Yeah, I wasn't keen on the art style initially, although I thought the volumetrics and lighting were really good. But it's grown on me. But the characters, I would like to see the characters just made a bit edgier. You know, I said earlier, I think I did see some ogre models, just drawings of them in plate armor, and they look pretty decent. Well, it's a gatherer's paradise up here. I wonder what the game time is. I wonder if something spawns here at night or something. Yeah, I hope they lean into the climbing though. That'd be pretty good. Don't make it like a right bastard for people, but and it'd be cool if they're, because a rogue seems to be has got a skill or two based around climbing. It'd be nice if there are certain things where a rogue kind of, you can't access stuff without the rogue helping you kind of thing. Or is that a bit too much of a hard block? I don't know. Yeah, why not? You know, instead of calling a cleric for rezzing, you can call a rogue to help you get up something. You could charge for it, maybe. It might be better when you can change the look. When he's sprinting, he's all kind of flappy arms and legs and feet. He looks a bit weird. He's kind of leaning forward in that kind of like cartoon running thing. The vegetables thing is a bit weird as well. It's maybe they'll split it out at some point, but it's just random as to what you get. There's a quest at the start of the game where a guy wants, I think it's 3 potatoes, and I just couldn't get any potatoes. It is really weird, the similarities as well. So this game has like random chests that spawn occasionally around the world, like exactly like Embers Adrift. It's weird how there's so many systems are overlapping. Yeah, I mean I got over the graphics thing, so I'm not. So it is what it is. If it means they can churn content out quicker, then that's fine. The thing is, it's not like EverQuest. Classic EverQuest is it's not like the models are highly detailed or whatever. It's just that they've got their own character. I think they were. I was going to say quite unique. You can't have quite unique, can you? I think they were sort of unique, really. Whereas this... Oh, a ration crate. Oh, there's a little crate that you can find, yeah. We've got some tangy apple shrooms. The food's got a benefit, and it lasts quite a long time as well, which I quite like. We'll get down if we can without dying, and we'll go over there. I mean, this is a long time to be at a node. I think you'll agree. It's unreasonable. It's not as though my skill hasn't increased, but it doesn't seem to be getting any quicker. You can make tools as well that have got like a higher rating, but holy smokes. Your stamina goes down for hanging on as well. It seems to be the same speed, I think. It'd be good if it was a bit slower. Yeah, so that time it didn't grab on, so it's pretty random. We just about made that one. I got no Roth to heal myself with. Okay. Yep. Yeah, so we should have clung on to that, I think, but it's yeah. You get that thing sometimes as well that you get in parkour games where you're running away from something and you'll attach yourself to a wall. It's like, no. See, now that time he did it. Okay, so I held shift down and I backed onto it. So maybe that's the way to do it. What we got? We've got apple juice. No, we've got blackberry juice, and we've got that meat skewers. Okay, so you can't. I know you can't climb up this stuff, but generally you can run up it. Yeah, I don't know what they did. I mean, it was. Oh, there we go. A Wonder Gym. We discovered a faction. Wonder Gym. They also. Everyone says well met. Oh, wow. Huge maple tree. How long is this going to take to... Yeah, the art design in EverQuest was just fantastic. Like, every model was just so characterful. We'll go up to that bridge after that. We'll chop the tree first, though. I do apologise, it takes a long time. Imagine if it was like this in New World. You know when you're running around New World with a group and some numpty keeps stopping every 2 seconds to mine, what's its face? Oh my god. See, this is too slow. Like, even in the context of a role-playing game where your character gets better at something, this is too slow. Wow. Okay. Not even halfway through yet. Let's have a look round. At least you can have a look round, I suppose, won't you? There should be some fitness skill here that my guy is increasing. My climbing's only 4, so I think it does go up quite slowly. There's a shield skill as well, and I'm using a shield, but maybe it's only for warriors. I don't seem to be gaining anything in that. I know warriors have got a couple of shield abilities, so... Wow, I did get 24 logs though, I suppose. Was it worth it? I don't know. Oh, some more NPCs over here. A little group of them. Are they baddies? Avalia townsfolk. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't go up though when you chop a massive tree. Oh, maybe they'll give quests at a later date. A ruffian. Ooh. As a paladin, I should be bashing ruffians, I reckon. I haven't fought a ruffian yet. Hey, ruffian. Go and see if there's any more ruffians up here. Yeah, I think. Oh, these are all blue. Okay. I think we can only really fight one at a time, though. Yeah, there's this kind of there's this noticing thing that's quite interesting with the mobs. So, like, if you get close enough, these guys will kind of stop and face towards you. As though they're almost like, yeah, there we go. Look, so he kind of turned towards me. He was a bit confused, but that could be an interesting system. Like beyond like line of sight, if they. That was a dramatic death. Oh, a patch hide mantle. Oh, that's new. Oh, oh, hello. For some reason, that's changed my weapon skin to a halberd. Let's see if we can pull one of these dudes. Oh, it's a rogue, I think. Okay, might have bitten off more than a chew here. Is it blue? Yeah. Oh, no, don't sit down, you fool. Such low damage I'm doing. I think we're all right. I think we're all right. I think we've healed ourselves through it. That was pretty tough. I did make a couple of mistakes. Oh, hello. Holy smokes. Where the hell are these dudes? Munched. Big time. Get off the wall. See, that's sometimes that happens. You get stuck on a wall. That was brutal, that was. I should probably try two-handed at some point. So anyway, if you looked at that little area there, that would definitely be a little camp you can go and set up and just pull those dudes to your heart's content. I think that would probably feel quite like EverQuest. Let's go and check out the weaponsmith. Poleaxe head. Oh, Sherium stuff is a pike. How much silver have we got? Should we see if we can make ourselves a poleaxe? Maybe try some two-handed stuff. That's a Sherium. No, it's not good. Oh, it's gated out. So is it? No, simple. Oh. No, I can make weapons before. Oh, no, Sherium is that one. Yeah. So if we get that, So we need the head. We need the poleaxe schematic itself, and we need probably a large weapon haft. Okay, let's check it out. Yeah, someone said it the other day. I think even though the game's been in development for so long, it feels as though essentially they've started again, basically. So I think everything is pretty much back to like a, you know, got some ash logs there already. Let's chuck all that in the bank. I'll sell that. Let's take out our metal bars. Let's go and see if we can make a two-handed weapon. A Paladin with a big chunky pole arm sounds like a good one. Good thing. Yeah, so I think so much of this is just going to be placeholder, isn't it, I think? So we can make... simple poleaxe. So we need we need a large weapon. Okay, fair enough. Let's make the head. And haft. Well, no, so far, which I guess is good, but maybe if you're into your realistic crafting, maybe not. So you can just make your weapons from metal, essentially. So I've made the haft, but it's from metal. You know, maybe someone would rather it was from wood. So there's a crossover in crafting, which I think is all right. You know, what if you can? I think it's all right if you can craft everything on one character. Oh, there we go. Is it two-handed? Yeah. Ooh, look at that. Let's go and test it out. It's funny when he's running with it though. He's going to be knocking himself out. What you also have to keep an eye on is some weapons. If you change weapon, it changes. Sometimes it changes the skill. So there's like a. Oh, I've got these two new skills. Is that Valiant Cross? What the hell is that? A sweeping strike. Oh, that's an. Oh, I've got an AOE attack. Yeah, so some like swords might have a special attack that uses your readiness, and if you switch to, you have to be careful. If you switch to, because I switched to a blunt weapon, and it wouldn't use the attack. So it wasn't until I looked in the book that there's a nice looking area over here, particularly at night. Some really nice lighting. They've got some skeletons. being a paladin, blimey, being a paladin, I've got an undead nuke. Oh, here we go. Let's try out our undead nuke. Oh, okay. I wonder if righteous damage does more. Yeah, not necessarily. He's cackling at me. I like that. Oh, the animation for that is not good, is it? Oh dear. That needs work. Wow, I keep missing. Have I got some sort of debuff? Doesn't even really seem to be doing that much more damage than my sword. Oh, actually, maybe it's because my skill is low. Is there like a... What would that come under? Great axe. Is it bladed? I guess. Yeah, because my skill's not going up, so... What a strange fight. I don't seem to have... I keep missing him. Well, that was weird. Well, that was a waste of metal bars, because that's rubbish. It's supposed to do 19 damage. Physical damage plus... Oh, maybe we'll try it again. I think they make it too grindy, that's the issue, isn't it? And I think they make it overly complicated, overly complex, to a point where, you know, you need spreadsheets and all that kind of stuff. I do enjoy it as part of the gameplay loop, but I think it needs to be, in general, I think it needs to be less grindy. Lots of rangery stuff here. I hope they put the rangers in soon. Who's the... Oh, they wouldn't be. I was going to try and look at the range. Someone selling ranger skill. Oh, we've got some... Oh, look. Some ranger quests. Ah, where would the rangers go in next then? I think the new season will probably start soon. I'm not sure what they're adding. I think they're adding another zone. Hopefully we get another class. I think the survival crafting game has kind of seeped into the MMORPG, isn't it? I think it's become such a big thing. I think everyone thinks it's quite a key component. Even though it's a terrible animation, let's stick with a pole arm. These slog beetles, I think, are... Maybe they're purposely called that because they are a pain in the neck to fight. I mean, that mob is only level 4, but I remember fighting it at level 5 and getting absolutely spammered. I quite like the idea of fighting low-level mobs to kind of like build up some wrath. Although I think you only builds up when you get hit. They don't hit you that much. Hey PG, how you doing? Yeah, I saw someone review Sons of the Forest, and that looked really interesting. But it's definitely a thing that's crept into MMORPGs. I think it's fine. I mean, I do enjoy the crafting to a certain extent. I'm just not hitting anyone with this this weapon. And it is an XP giving mob. I don't seem to be increasing a skill with it. Unless it's already blade. But if it was blade, I shouldn't be missing this much. Okay, well, there's a problem here. I can't change weapons during combat. Just missing. I have no skill with this weapon. Holy smokes. Well, I'll hit it once. Maybe it's bugged. I'm not gaining any skill and I'm not hitting anything. So let's go back to our sword and board. Let's fight the slog beetle for a laugh. See what happens. So much damage. Ah, there we go. That was much better. Yeah, I have to confess, I'm quite new. I have levelled a thingy to level 6, the Dire Lord. I haven't been to. I've seen the Goblin Cave, I think. I haven't been there yet. Pressure plate armour, is that a drop from the goblins? I picked the wrong skill there. Paladin is a real battle of attrition. Okay, mate, I'll keep that in mind. I'm not sure if I'll get to that point. during this test. Yeah, I do feel. I do feel. I feel they've done that to a certain extent. So, I've my experience has been. I think, as I said, like it's been quite nice in a sense that I've quite enjoyed the world from a lighting point of view, volumetrics. It's got a weather system. At night, particularly, it's really nice. The lighting. I know you can't see that particularly well. I would, if I had to play one, I would rather play this. I would say. I think Ember's just completely shit the bed. I think that Embers has got a lot of systems where I think that, you know, if you sit down and kind of talk about them at a meeting, maybe they sound like good ideas, but putting them into practice in the game, I don't think it's worked at all. I think it's far too grindy as well, above and beyond what us boomers or Gen Xers or whatever are, you know, really. I think if you're looking for like if you're looking for that, you know, like a real EverQuest experience with a new skin, I think Monsters, which I think most people are, to be honest, I think Monsters and Memories will probably still give you that more than this game does, but you know. I still think this makes similar mistakes to Monsters and Memories and all, as I said, like all the other, I know I'm just repeating myself again, but a lot of the other MMOs, indie MMOs. But yeah, I would rather play this as it is now, even. Yeah, so far for me, Pantheon, like if someone said to me that it was inspired by classic WoW, then I would I would believe that more than inspired by EverQuest. We've built up a bit of Wrath. Let's go and give that a wild buck a whack. It's even con, isn't it? Yep. I'm not sure if it's to do with innate bonuses, but the Paladin DPS is so much lower than the Dire Lord at the same level. It's unreal. But he does tank through stuff nicely. Turtle gameplay, definitely, if you like that kind of thing. Oh, there you go. I enjoy those fights. I mean, Monsters of Memory certainly seems to be hitting it with the systems. I mean, there are so many different NPCs in place for all sorts of things. I think like shipwright. When I say NPCs, I mean like they look like trainers. So like shipwright trainer, like taming, horse riding. Yeah, there seems to be a load of systems there. I'm sure they won't all be playable at the start, but yeah, M&M, I enjoy playing it. There goes the sun. I quite like the way the Paladin Wrath system kind of lends itself to you just have to keep going, because otherwise the stuff you generate runs out and it feels like wasted, so you should just keep killing essentially until you have to sit down. Quite like that. Oh, that was a waste. Maybe not. Yeah, I think Monsters is definitely going for, I would say, like reskinned EverQuest, but with, I would say, to be fair to it, with a lot more. You know, there are a lot more systems there that they're going for anyway. They're trying to do. I think I was watching a stream. Was a recent stream where they were doing some dungeoneering, and it looked pretty cool. The worst thing about Monsters Memories is they won't let me bloody play. The worst thing about it. There's a ghost viper there. Yep, that'll definitely whip my butt. Yeah, the art style is so important. When you look at how iconic now a lot of the models have been, like, well, particularly a lot of the faces have become in EverQuest. The ogres and the trolls and the skeletons and what have you. Yeah, unfortunately, those kind of play tests don't work out too well for me because I don't. I'm not really online at all during American prime time, so I just find myself not really not getting as much time in as I'd like. But this is nice, the fact that you can just play whenever you want. I think it was a very sensible decision to open the servers to people to play. I know it's still kind of gated behind, depending how much money you've spent and all that kind of stuff. You know, but hey Don, how you doing, mate? Yeah, I mean, you know, I never plug my videos, but just to spare everyone else the torture of listening to me again, you know, I'd watch the video, particularly the beginning. But yeah, I mean, I would say that I've had a nice time, but it feels as though all the indie MMO developers are currently in a Discord exchanging and discussing ideas, and it's just very derivative of games we've played before. And I've had a nice time because I like it to a certain extent, but when you feel like you keep playing the same game over and over again, it becomes a bit of an issue. You know. Oh, hello. We lost connection or something. Right, done. Maybe they've kicked me off. I think we might have. Oh no, he's running away. Wait. Oh, there you go. I think the server might have had a bit of a burp there. Where are you going? I'm going to pull you back here. Here we go. I don't mind, mate. It was just people have listened from the start. I don't want to hear me moaning again. It's difficult, you know. It's like I'm very much of an opinion that I've had fun and I've liked it. It's been nice, but I just felt like I've played this game too many times, and to be fair to it, it's kind of starting again. So maybe, like, you know, the climbing system is really interesting, and that's one of the things that I think that's the unique system it's got. That I think they could really use it to the game's advantage. So you can use like the climbing skill as like a soft barrier to accessing certain content and all that kind of thing. Yeah, but it like this running around looking for node stuff. I don't get it. I don't get it in the context of a classic MMO. And because the nodes are limited, it's not even that fun. I don't get that side of it, but it seems to become the thing, you know, running around for nodes and stuff. Well, I think the problem is that I know that some people don't want that, but I think the issue is they're not copying them enough. I think is the problem. I mean, initially Pantheon said it was making a game inspired by a classic EverQuest, and it had Brad associated with it, but it feels more like a classic WoW, which isn't a bad thing, but it's not a classic EverQuest. You know, that's the, and I think the reason Monsters of Memories has generated so much interest is because it, whether you think it's copying it or not, or it's just derivative of EverQuest or whatever, the feedback I've got over the years of doing this channel is people want EverQuest with some new graphics. So I guess a game that's going to give them that is probably going to work. It's probably going to win, I would say. I think the other thing as well with the cross between trying to merge the modern with the old is that it feels too much in the middle. So like, who is it appealing to? Like, I don't think this game would appeal to my son, as I said before, who's a classic MMO player. Who's a WoW classic player. And like as a classic EverQuest player, it, you know, I'm kind of like, well, I'm not sure. You know, it's. Oh, mate, I've got a massive rant about nodes. If you want to hear a massive rant about nodes, listen to the video. Yeah, I come to the conclusion that having an iron node poking out the ground next to a bit of rock is a fucking stupid idea. But yeah, I won't go into that again. Listen to it later. It sounds like you might agree with me. Yeah. It does have bind points for everyone though. They seem to be quite spread around. There's a bind point there. I have played a wizard and an enchanter a bit, but I didn't notice if they can bind themselves anywhere or not. Maybe not. I'm not sure. I do like the combat as well. I do feel that, you know, the ability cooldowns and stuff, I'm not a fan of that. But if you like classic WoW, I feel that you could like that. But I do feel that the game, from what I've played of different classes so far, even to fairly low levels, I do feel there is like potential there to have a really good like tactical dungeon experience. Maybe when I get a bit higher in levels, I can give that a go. So I do feel that could work. And the climbing's pretty decent. Yeah, there's also this thing with the animals where, for some animals, it tells you that they can see you and smell you and stuff like that. So that, again, I've said all this before, but that could be quite interesting. Yeah, if they can incorporate some kind of detection system that goes beyond like line of sight or whatever. Yeah, I think that's going to be the case, mate, particularly for people watching this channel. I think Monsters of Memories, if it comes out and it's even remotely decent, I think that's going to win. Oops. I'm going to run out of stamina in a sec. Drain blood. Urgh. Oh, that was cool. At least it's not like EverQuest, where you run out of range of the mob, but it still hits you with its ability it's using. I think this guy's orange. Oh, there we go. Bit of guard action. Oh, these guys have got a lot of hit points. That guard's done hundreds of points of damage. Holy smoke. Yeah, but you see, that's where I'm not sure I agree, because I think that's where the conflict of different systems is. So in WoW, like, you know, admittedly, you would just have bars of stuff, but all the stuff had cooldowns, and because they all had cooldowns, it kind of meant that you kind of always had something to do. And I know it might be overwhelming and a bit preposterous in the end for how many abilities you had, but with this game, you are limited in the amount of abilities you've got. But it doesn't work as well as EverQuest because they've kind of all got cooldowns. Some of them got quite long cooldowns, and some of them are just not relevant. So I've got skills on my bar, but they're not relevant. So what happens is, because you're limited in how many skills you've got, like if I go into combat, I'm basically waiting for 3 skills to cool down so I can use them again. So it's kind of combining the EverQuest limiting how many skills you can use, but they've got cooldowns, and I'm not sure it works. And where it doesn't work is the spellcasters. Holy smoke, this system does not... Like, I'm playing an enchanter and it's horrible. It's horrible casting spells and then having to wait for them to cool down. It's like, oh no, it doesn't work. I didn't have fun at all playing the enchanter. It felt really bad. Waiting for cooldowns. Yeah, I mean, I played Vanguard a fair bit. Like even recently on one of the, I'm not sure how accurate the emulated server was, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's because I've got 3 attack skills and the other skills are kind of situational, so it feels like I'm waiting for the cooldowns. Yeah, it's just not... It does work better with the melee and tank classes, I must say. But like using the 1 or 2 attack skills that the enchanter gets, and then essentially waiting for them to cool down so you can use them again. Yeah, it doesn't feel fun at the moment. Yeah, do you know what, mate? Though I think there's just a time where, normally I would agree, but I think with Pantheon, I think they had to put it out to let people play it. I just think the conversation around it was so negative. I just think that even though it feels like they started again and there's not a huge amount of content, I think it was the best thing. I think it was the right thing to do. Just put the game out and just let people play it how it is, just to generate some interest, you know. And because of it, like my interest has been generated or regenerated. I mean, you know that I've been pretty down on it, but playing it, certain aspects I've quite enjoyed, you know. So, I mean, I think I'll probably be locked out of the game soon because of my level, but like in 3 or 4 weeks' time or whenever it is I can play it again, I will gladly go back and play it again. I hope we don't get a similar thing with Monsters of Memories, where we get these tests every now and again, but it's going on for so long before we can actually just get in and play it that, you know, gets... I don't think it will, but I hope it doesn't get like Pantheon, where... I suppose the good thing about Monsters is that they've chosen, I guess, the right engine and art style from the start. So it's not super mega detailed like New World or whatever, so you can... It's probably easier to generate content. Stylized, but not super polygon heavy or whatever. I must say, I'm enjoying the game more now. I've just forgotten about gathering. Gathering is a problem. I'm just skinning this mob because it's. I think it's. I don't know if it's a named or not, but I was just wondering if it might drop something. Drop something. Yeah, I kind of go like. Sorry, Jacob. Going back to what you said earlier. I mean, I do often agree with Asman, but I do feel that he's kind of very anti, like the classic MMO thing. Like he would never go back and play EverQuest or something. But I do agree with him. I don't agree with the fact that they're trying to create games for a classic audience, but I do think that they've all just become totally derivative of one another. You know, there's no one's trying anything different. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I think you can see too much of a game, but not be able to play it. That's what annoys me. Like years and years and years of watching footage, but you just can't play it. I don't, you know, it's. And I guess to a certain extent, everyone's scared now of putting out a game, and it gets hammered because it's unfinished or whatever it is. And I know that early access is becoming a bit of a meme, you know, but. Oh, these slog beetles have gone from being absolute pains to, I was about to say, being pretty, pretty easy. I really sound like a Gen X now, but I remember when I was a kid. I remember buying my. Well, I remember the first experience I can remember of buying a game. And obviously there was no internet at all. The only feedback you got was from magazines, and the feedback from magazines were generally when the game was already out. So you would read a magazine and it would review a game, like Zap 64. If Julian Rignall gave a game a thumbs up, then I'd generally go and buy it. And I remember getting on a bus and taking a trip. I've sort of told this story before, but getting on a bus and taking a little trip to my local record shop, who sold games. Getting the game, coming in this little plastic case, $9.99 or whatever it was that I'd saved up, bringing it home, and then it wouldn't load on my tape deck. Yeah, but it's very different now. And you literally obviously didn't know anything about the game at all, apart from the review, and you can only see screenshots. Oh, the Enchanter's so painful because I think for the first like 10 levels, you only get like 2 spells that do any damage. I mean, you get a mesmerize and you get a stun and you get a root, but yeah, it doesn't help you when you're waiting on cooldowns to kill something. It's very frustrating. Even in a group, I feel that I'd be pretty useless, really, apart from a bit of crowd control. I'm alright if it's honest and open. Like it's like I mean, I know I've ragged on the game enough, but if Embers Adrift came out and it said, here's our MMO, this is what we're doing, and then I didn't like it and they said to me, well, that's tough, then that's fine. But if developers keep going, here's a game, you know, it's aimed at you, you're the classic MMO player, we've got a game for you, and then you play it and it's not really what they were selling you. I can't attack. I think the server might be. And then they say, well, tough. then I'm not happy with that. Then, and I'm not happy because you told it. You said it was for me. But all these systems don't make sense. It's not EverQuest, it's not Ultima Online, it's not Camelot, it's not anything. So what's going on? And then they say it's tough. Not only do they say tough, but then they call you names, and the community calls you names, and all that kind of stuff. You know, that kind of thing. I don't mind if they're honest. And then if I don't like it, and they say, "Well, bugger off," then that's fine. You know, because you told me what I was going to get, and I've tried it, I didn't like it. But don't tell me it's inspired by EverQuest, and then it's clearly not. And then tell me to bugger off. I'm not happy with that. I don't mind it. I mean, I would play this game as it is, and I would keep playing it right through until it came out. I don't mind going on the journey, but you just got to be honest. I think just be upfront. But I guess it's just business. Like we're trying to sell our flat at the moment because we kind of downsized. You know, because the kids left home and we had a big house that we didn't even go into two of the rooms. So we downsized, and because, you know, but then we downsized, but then like family would come and visit, and it was a bit of a pain, and sometimes the mums had to stay in a hotel and all that kind of stuff. So we're upsizing again now a little bit, just to get an extra bedroom, or at least like a second reception room where I can chuck the computer in and no one has to see it. But we're having trouble selling it at the moment. We're not getting many we're not getting many viewings and stuff, which is fine. But then you talk to the estate agent who's selling the property to you, and what they say is, "Oh, well, we're really busy." It's like, well, hang on a minute. You know, you're selling our property. You're telling us that you're really busy, but we're not getting any interest. So, like, what's going on? They go, "Oh, we don't know." You know, so we look at it ourselves. We look at the market ourselves, and we find out that in general, flats do take quite a bit longer to sell than houses. And you think about it logically. You know, we've got a 2-bedroom flat. So if you're a couple and there's just two of you, would you want 2 bedrooms? Yeah, you might do, but maybe not. If you're a family, would you want a flat, or would you rather get like a little terraced house with as opposed to a flat? Probably. So we looked at the market, and it generally seems as though flats take longer to sell. And you go back to the estate agent, and they go, "Oh no, we're really busy. No, no problem. Your flat should sell, you know, but it's not. We're not getting. Yeah, oh yeah, but that's fine. No, we're really busy. Don't worry about it." So they just can't be honest with you. They don't want to say, "Oh yeah, the flat market is slow, so you know." And maybe psychologically people might hear that and go, "Oh, we're going to change estate agent then," but we wouldn't. And we've even kind of said to them, like, if it's slow, it's fine. We don't mind, but they just won't have it. They want to give you the impression that they're really busy. But they're your estate agent telling you they're really busy, but busy doing what then? Not selling our flat, that's for sure. So I guess it's the same thing, a business thing, isn't it? People don't want you to know that maybe, you know, something's quiet or whatever, and yeah, like politicians, I suppose. Yeah, but I don't necessarily think that that's what I mean I don't, you know, I mean I've leveled up a number of shaman on P99 to like the mid 50s, you know. So I mean I don't think, I think also soloing, whether you agree with it or not, is a key ingredient now. I mean I did some polls, and most of the people I think who would do the polls are classic MMO players, because that's kind of mostly all I play. So I guess that's the audience. And one of the most important aspects for a classic MMO player looking for a new game is the ability to either solo. I think the poll was soloing was either key to be able to do it, just to progress your character, like not to get the best gear or to do raids or stuff, but it was key for leveling, or it was very important. I think it was like 98% of people feel that, so yeah, I mean, I think soloing is a key aspect. Grouping should be a key aspect as well, but I don't think it should be key to make progress. That's the mistake Embers Adrift made. Yeah, but I mean, I'm talking about soloing just like to make progress. So that if I log in and there's not a group, or I log in, and I don't feel like talking to people or whatever, then I can solo some mobs and I can make some reasonable progress. Yeah, I mean, obviously getting to level 50 in a few days is not where we want to be, but by the same token, I'm not scared of soloing, or soloing as a concept for leveling, because classic MMOs never had that either. People seem to have a warped vision of what EverQuest was like, but EverQuest was very soloable. They even created a whole class that was designed around soloing, so it's not a dirty term. But you've got to have a balance, you don't, as I said, you don't want to be level 50 in a few days or whatever. You want there to be meaningful progress. I think it goes back to kind of like what we was talking about when you're aiming the game as well. You are, whether you want it to be that way or not, you are aiming a game now at a group of people who don't have as much time to play games. It's yeah, like the I think the soloing speed of something like Embers Adrift, which I think was a massive mistake, also bleeds over into other aspects of the game that people like. So, like, I don't know if it's still the same, but when I was looking at the polls before, like, a lot of people voted for playing alts, like they like playing alts. And if the game is really, really slow to level, that's going to put off that market of people as well. To me, just from talking to people and stuff, to me it feels as though people do like the social aspect and the grouping aspect, but on their own terms, like when they want to do it. And of course, you'll get people who log in every day and all they're doing is raiding and stuff and whatnot. But I just think that the majority of people like community, they like grouping. But I think they do it, but I think on their own terms. They don't want to be forced to do it. And I think that's why some games the community just hasn't worked out from a size point of view, because I think they've just, grouping is a requirement to make any progress. I think that's a mistake. Oh, good mate. Yeah, this is a Paladin. I was playing a Dialord earlier. I really enjoyed it. Yeah, I really like both classes actually, more so than the Shaman at the moment. Finally, surprisingly. Hey mate, Mr. Rogers, how you doing? When you say the purpose is to group to XP faster, do you mean like in comparison to like EverQuest, for example? Because you could outside of the hell levels, you could solo reasonably quickly solo in classic EverQuest, which I guess is kind of what these games are basing themselves on. So, do you mean that like this? Do you mean that Pantheon has made a decision to be quicker in a group leveling as opposed to solo? Because I would say that, like in just because of the nature of camping and stuff, I would say that maybe an enchanter or a necro or something in classic EQ could probably solo pretty quickly. even in comparison to a group. So I mean, bear in mind, I'm not sure. Bear in mind, I'm not sure completely what the Pantheon philosophy is on that. You know, if they said that we're definitely going to make grouping quicker than soloing, and to that end, you know, they've just worked out the numbers so you get more XP when you're grouping in some form. I mean, if they're doing that, that's fine, but you know, the data tells me that that will put off a large percentage of the market, rightly or wrongly. You know, whether we think that MMO should be group focused or whatever, you know, that will put off. I mean, already I'm finding at level 6 that I'm having to kill far too many mobs to get to level 7. It's too slow. It's just too slow. It's the same as Embers Adrift. You got to a certain point, and you know, the classic EverQuest leveling speed wasn't good enough. So, I mean, I've been killing stuff on my Paladin now for a while. I'm not sure when we logged over. Pretty consistently, and the combat speed is quick. Like, I'm killing things quickly, but I'm having to kill a lot more mobs than I would in EverQuest to group up, like even solo. But I'm assuming it's split between the group though, because I know in EverQuest, like, if you killed a mob in a group, you didn't get the same amount of XP as you got if you were soloing, but obviously you kill mobs quicker. So yeah, so I guess if I'm in a group and we're running around butchering mobs quickly, and you get the same amount of XP, then yeah, that would make sense. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just going back looking at the chat. Yeah, the Paladin's definitely. I mean, I guess as you would expect, the DPS is pants in comparison to the Dire-Lord, but yeah, but I'm a turtle really. I can turtle my way through quite a lot of stuff. Yeah, I think to me though, I kind of feel that they got the balance wrong. I feel that. And when I talk about solo, it's not that I think it's a be all and end all, or it's not that I think that it's only what people are interested in. But certainly from talking to people and from the data I've got, it's very important. So if Pantheon has tweaked the soloing to a point where it's too slow, even if it's quicker in a group, people won't play it, or that's the impression that I get. Because people will log in off peak, or when it's quiet, or when they're just feeling like shit and they don't want to group, and they'll just think to themselves, well, this is just too slow, so they'll stop playing it. As they did with Embers Adrift. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, I'm just saying from a market point of view, from what I've seen, then it's not, yeah, I don't know. I think that's a good point. Like in Embers Adrift, it felt like solo I hit a wall that was put there purposely, and I stopped playing. So I don't know. You know, it's. I guess we're all going to have different opinions on that, but that was kind of for me personally in that particular game. That's kind of where. I don't like instance dungeons as long as it's kind of like managed properly from a like a customer service point of view, and from a point of view of like play fair policy or whatever. It's like when I was watching the early Pantheon stuff, and I'd watched Brad like grouping with some of the other guys in the dungeon, and they were talking about the dungeon layout and stuff, and they were saying, oh yeah, you could have a group here, you could have a group up there, and you could have a group over there and stuff. And in reality, that's not what it's like. You know, it would be a shit show. You'd be people training people, putting mobs and stuff. That they seem to kind of they seem to equate the way they play a game in their like nice D&D group where everyone's responsible as to what you're going to get when the game goes live, and you're not going to get that. It's not going to be the reality. So yeah, so I mean, you know, like we're used to non-instance dungeons, but it's still going to be a shit show when there's a load of people on in a dungeon and they want to, you know, and they want to, you know, all kill mobs, and they get a bit antsy because, you know, there's no mobs up and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, I mean I prefer non-instance dungeons, but I don't know, as long as it's designed well. Look at, I mean, the thing is with EverQuest is, look at a dungeon like Guck. You go in it and you got this, you feel this, I always felt this overwhelming presence of like size and scope, and you know, and it was designed so that it could just really contain so many different groups. You know, I mean, you could be a group and go in Guck and move your group somewhere, and there could be other groups in there, but you wouldn't even know because it was so vast, and you had the undead side, of course, as well, and all that kind of stuff. So, yeah, I mean, I think that if you're going to have dungeons that are not instanced, then they've got to be good enough. Like, can you imagine like some of the classic WoW dungeons not being instanced? I mean, they're literally like corridors moving through the dungeon, which is fine, but I mean that wouldn't work if it wasn't instanced and everyone was having to compete for mobs and stuff. So yeah, I mean, as long as the dungeons are like Guck and they're designed for multiple groups, yeah, I think it's fine. I prefer it, actually. You know, I prefer to see other people in a dungeon. What's the time? I'll swap over to a different class just for a short period, then I'm going to have to go. But I'll be back tomorrow, I would say. let's have a look. But yeah, but the solo versus group thing is contentious, you know. I personally feel that you should be able to make meaningful progress solo, but obviously there should be content that is never soloable. I think that's fine, and I think that's how, in my experience of just doing the channel all this time and speaking to people and looking at data, I think that's kind of what most people think. And I know that, you know, there'll be some people that will I know some people will I love this, I want to see this zone, I want to play this lady. You know, and I know that some people will disagree and they'll defend Pantheon for the way it's going and all that kind of stuff, but I just feel that looking at the other games, I just think you're going to have to be prepared for the fact that maybe after 6 months the population is not very high because people reach a point where they feel they can't make any progress solo, so you know they go and play something else. I think that's just the reality of MMOs in 2024. I think the thing is, like, someone like me can often think that everyone's like me. So like, I'm stuck at home all day, so I'm sitting on playing Pantheon all day, but that's not the reality for most classic MMO players. Is not that. It will be for some of us, you know, but many of them will be at work and they'll come home and they've got kids and they might log in for an hour when the kids go to bed, and maybe you can say what, I don't know, what Ember's Drift said to customers. You could say, well, the game's not for you then, but, you know. But what can you do, you know? I guess if you tell people to go away, then they go away, and you end up with no one playing. From what I've looked at on the seasons, it does feel the seasons are 6 weeks, and it does seem as though they're going to be releasing like new zones and stuff every season. So I'm wondering if they've still got the basis of the old content, like that ice dungeon with the dwarves that we saw years ago, and maybe they're just you know, converting it over to the new engine, maybe, hopefully. Yeah, I played quite a lot of tunes up to about level 5 or 6 or so. I really enjoyed the monk, actually. The monk seems to fit the gameplay better because it's got a couple of abilities you can activate to avoid damage. So, like, if you're an enchanter, because at first when I was getting hit by the mob special abilities, I thought I must be able to dodge out of the way. So, like, a large brown rat would start activating the ability, so I would run away and I'd be over here and he'd be there, but he'd still hit me. It's like, oh, I can't. I can't run away. Like, it's not New World, which is fine, but because of the way the combat was going and it was quick and, you know, it was targeting, but it was quite reactive. I thought I could move out of the way, but you can't. I was expecting it to be a roll button, and I'm glad there's not. But I think this combat works much better for certain classes at the moment than it does others. Yeah, the casters are just absolute carnage, horrible. Yeah, so like Wandering Mind, if I'm fighting something harder, I can wait to use that when a mob is winding up its special. I actually like the combat when it's like this, when it's like a game of chess and you got to think about what you're doing. But not all of the classes play like this, so some of them feel a lot better than others. I think this ability also gives me a big block chance, so I've got a couple of options with a monk to like dodge out of the way. It's got a couple of range attacks as well. Yeah, so I'll use my Wandering Mind. I use the ranged attacks to basically use all the attacks, essentially, just to... It does a lot of DPS as well. You can definitely tell with this class that you're killing stuff much quicker. This gate thing's quite good as well. When you get a few gates, where you open a gate and it kind of does some stuff. I like the monk. The monk's got some really interesting... Yeah, I mean, they've started again, essentially, haven't they? I think a few people have said it. I think they're basically they've started again, essentially. So what we're doing is we're kind of back at square one almost. I think, as I said before, I think the only hope maybe is that a lot of the content and zones they had for the old version of the game, that they've still got the skeleton of that, you know, and they can get zones out quickly. The key thing, I think, is the next few patches, the next few seasons. If we get some new zones, I think the next patch, I think next season there's a new zone. So I guess if they can get content out quickly, you know. Oops. There are also certain mobs that are much easier to kill as well. Like, I like the bats, because the bats don't generally have what you would too much of a... The special ability is not really an attack, whereas some of them go claw, bite, scratch, one after the other. Yeah, the season thing is a bit of a, you know... They're certainly copying the new MMOs in that regard. I mean, I've really enjoyed it, but... I still wouldn't recommend anyone invest any money in it. Certainly not until... If a few seasons go by and there's a few zones go in and we see some more races and some more classes, then maybe. But even though I've enjoyed it, I can't... Headbutt. Yeah, I use my dodge. I like the dodge. It's like a little side step. It's pretty neat. I need food and drink for this dude. I've got 30 blackberries and no, I've got some drink. I need to go and make some. Let's use one of these. These are pretty cool, these mushrooms that you find. 100 block rating, 5 parry rating. That's nice for a monk. Yeah, I've actually got some washing out, which is a rare occurrence. Been a rare occurrence recently. I like the monk because he does feel quite like a monk. It's just storms of punches, basically. I like the rogue as well, actually. Oh, do you know what? EverQuest 2 was just a game that I completely passed me by. But I think by that time I was probably playing like everyone else. I was playing WoW mostly, so. I do love that little dodge. I think this season's coming to an end, isn't it? I think soon. So I guess we won't have long to wait to see what content they add with a new season. I think it does go to show how desperate I am for a new MMO to play. I did go and see how much extra it would cost me to be a VIP. And then I gave a little chuckle and walked away. I really like the rogue, actually. The rogue's a real, like, either one-shot wonder or absolute smeg show. Sometimes you do a round from stealth on the rogue and you basically kill the mob. Sometimes it's weird, you miss everything and then you end up in this attrition where you're waiting for your cooldowns and stuff, you know. I guess even the monk's a bit like that. Like, I'm going to die here probably. I wonder what my next skill is. Resonating strike, so I've got a bit more damage. Yeah, the monk's hasn't got many skills at the moment. I think he's probably one of the lesser fleshed out ones. The warrior, the poor bugger's got hardly anything. Yeah, at the moment, if you pay enough money, you can play 24/7. I don't know. You see, it's it's a long time, isn't it? It's a long time. I think probably. I don't see. The thing is that one of the great issues with early access and pledges and stuff is that you always have to make your big pledges, your whales, feel important, don't you? So they can't just suddenly let everyone in. I mean, I wouldn't give a toss, but some people are going to be. A lot of people invest in these games to feel important. You can see them on the Discord and you can see them on the forums. That's the reason they invested in the game, was to feel good. You know, it's like buying a Porsche or whatever, isn't it? It's, you know, that's why they do it. And I think some of those people would be like, I've paid you £1,000 and you're letting in some pleb who's paid 100. You know, what's going on? So I guess all the while you've got that divide, like the whales have to, you know, you've got to make them feel important in some way. So I guess it's probably beyond getting a week or two access here and there. It's probably going to be a while before you can just log in and play. I would say. I mean, this project is the definition of mismanagement, isn't it? Really, if we're honest, you know, it's however you feel about it and stuff. It's to get to a point where you're kind of starting again after 10 years is a bit of a is a disaster. But I guess if you can, you know, if you can sort it out and get it sorted out quick. I do love it when the monk gets off a few hits all in one go. It's pretty cool. Oh, I've got some wraps there. I've got some hand wraps already. I'm not sure if they're the same hand wraps. Oh, my ones are better. Okay. Yeah, well, that's what I would do. You know, and I know some people will get some of them will get incredibly salty about it, but I would say, look, anyone who give us $100, you can play all the time. That's what I would do. I'm sure you generate a lot more money that way, but I can't see that happening because you, as I said, you have to make your, you know. I don't like the way that this pledging stuff on any game actually, and I guess it's what I mean. I'm glad that Monsters Memories haven't done it. As much as we want to play, I don't like this creating, like, it's almost like a social classes you create in games where, oh, you haven't been able to afford to pay, so you can't play. You know, it's, or you can play, but because you're not rich enough, you can only play for this time. It's not. I don't like it. It's not nice. I think a lot of people would. I think a lot of people will be happy to give them $100 just to play. Because it has to be. It has to. I mean, I have to say, like, since I've been playing, this game does need some people. I mean, I think it was a free weekend over the weekend, maybe, and there weren't many people playing at all. You know, not that I would have expected Pantheon to have. And I know there's a lot of, it's become a bit of a meme and there's a lot of bad word around it, but I still would have expected there to be more people online over the weekend. Maybe a lot of people didn't know about it. I don't know. But even so, I think the lower tier people came in this weekend as well. Yeah, yeah. So I mean, I think the game could do with some more people, like some more people in. I don't know. As I said before, I don't know anymore. Really, I guess they'll just do what they do, and we'll either play or we won't. Well, in my time playing Monsters of Memories, the only thing that I'm slightly wary of is the constant balancing of things, and I guess that's the same for any, like, when we go and play P99, we know what we're getting. That's kind of, there's a part of that's partly why I like it, because if I choose to play a monk, I know what's going to happen. I'm not going to level a monk to 50 and suddenly, someone shits the bed and you wake up one morning and the monk's been patched and it's now like playing a grandma. So you know what you're getting. And there was a couple of times in Monsters Memories where they clearly weren't happy about a class being able to do something, even though it was textbook EverQuest what the class was doing, and they nerfed it. Or they made it so it was harder to do. It was a nerf to me. I hope they don't get into that balancing game, where I don't know. As I said earlier on, like, can you imagine if EverQuest was made now? Can you imagine what it would be like if Tecmos or some enchanter were doing the stuff they were doing? Would the developers shit the bed and say, "Oh, we can't have that," and then nerf it? That's what I don't. That's what I'm hoping that we don't get. Yeah, my grandma was like my grandma was like a dire lord, I would say. Let's give people the toolboxes to do what they want to do with it within. That's what EverQuest did. It gave you the toolbox to do within your capabilities. It was still skill based, in my opinion. I mean, I couldn't do some of the stuff that other enchanters were doing because I wasn't good enough. I'm too old. Like, my hands hurt. So, and that's fine. But at least allow people that can achieve that to achieve it. I don't nerf them. And I'm not talking from my own perspective. I'm not trying to, because I can't do it. But I like to see people doing it. It's, oh no, we're going to die again. Oh, no, we're going to die to a dot, are we? We might do. Got no potions. Yeah, but you can still go on P99 now and achieve things that you wouldn't. I don't think I don't think that we would get now, and I think that's a shame. I think you can see that in WoW, because I think some of the original WoW developers came from EverQuest, and I think you can definitely see that. I'm all for letting people do what they want. Like if I'm if I'm playing a warrior and I'm killing a mob and I'm having to sit down for 5 minutes after every mob, but there's a necromancer killing 50 mobs within that same time, I don't care. I'm not a fucking child. Let them do that. I'm not going to go moaning on the forum saying like nerf necromancers. It's just. But I think the issue with that though is it's not the fact that you're nerfing them. It makes the game a lot less. It makes the combat in a dungeon a lot less fun and organic and whatever it may be as well. Like even in a group, like if EverQuest was coming out now and developers were going, oh, we can't allow enchanters to do this, that, and the other, and they nerf them, that would also make the group experience not as good as well. That's. Because you're losing some of that randomness, that emergent gameplay that it gives you. I think we've said it before, but the key to the good classes in EverQuest were that there was some RNG, there was enough RNG involved to make it feel dangerous, and it made you anxious, but with enough skill and a bit of luck, you could do stuff. It does make the game blander, definitely. I can just see it now. I can just see EverQuest being developed now, and the developers watching a YouTube video and going, "Oh my God, we can't have that," you know. And and then when they nerf that, it just makes the whole game less fun, less interesting, less emergent, you know. Hey Ben, how you doing? Yeah, I'm. Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just got my age. I don't know. I don't care if another class can solo a whole bloody dungeon and my class can't. Good on them, you know. And I don't think developers should worry about it too much either, you know. If an enchanter can make their way through a dungeon to a name mob and kill it and get the loot, good on them, you know. As long as there's enough risk reward, then for them, then that's fine, you know. I even quite like, I'm not sure you'd call them bugs, but I like little exploits and things as well. Like I've seen some enchanters on P99 do some stuff that I'm pretty sure you're not supposed to do, but they've worked out how to do it, and it stayed in the game. You know, I like all that stuff. Now, do you know what they do, mate? They listen to people who have paid $1,000 fucking too much. That's what they do. That was the scourge of Embers Adrift. The scourge of Embers Adrift wasn't the normies. It was the people who were far too emotionally and financially invested in the game, who just wanted. There's a minority of people who play that game. Basically, they wanted it to be where you ran around at night and you couldn't see. It took you a million years to level, and all that kind of stuff. That's the people that I wish they wouldn't listen to. I wish developers wouldn't listen to the people who are too emotionally or financially invested. They're the people that spoil these games. And I saw people in the Discord and in game, you know, just asking quite innocent questions, like along the lines of, "This is inspired by EverQuest, so why is it the game got this mechanic?" They weren't rude, you know, they were just making an inquiry, and these players would go, "Oh, it's fucking as classic MMO, isn't it? Like, go back to WoW if you don't like it," even though they were arguing for stuff that wasn't a classic mechanic. It was bizarre. I didn't understand it. But it's because they were too emotionally or financially invested, and they couldn't, you know, every decision the developer makes was the right one. If you came in and you had a different opinion, you know, you were quickly hounded out. It's just, yeah, listen to the normies. That's what I would do. I mean, you know, my stuff is only a small percentage, but I don't know. Go and have a look at the polls that I did. Listen to those. You know, they're the people that want to play your game, right? Let's have a quick look at these bloody polls, shall we? Okay, how important is it for you to be able to make reasonable progress solo, either when you want to or when you're in a group? 40% said yes, it's a deal breaker. 58% said somewhat, I believe the option is important. 2% said no. What does that tell you? The classic MMO players want to be able to make progress solo. It's not hard. You know, that had 170 votes. Yeah, maybe it's a small drop in the community, but I don't know. If you extrapolated that upwards, would it change much? I don't know. Are you giving MMOs less time? Are you giving new MMOs less time to win you over? Yes, nearly 50%. Well, actually, yes was 85%, because I split the questions up. I split the options up, basically. What dissuades you the most from continuing with an MMO? In one of the polls, leveling speed grind is the highest. And the other one is what I spoke about earlier, is challenge, too easy. So people don't want easy, but they don't want grind. In the second the second poll, the same question, the highest one was, what dissuades you from continuing with an MMO, not being able to make reasonable leveling progress solo? So there you go. Maybe they should be listening to that. I don't know. Or maybe we're not the target audience anymore. I don't know. Yeah, but when you talk about solo, people kind of think that you're talking about like a modern MMO. So they'll go, oh well, you just want it all easy and stuff, and it's not. We're all EverQuest veterans. We've all leveled many classes through EverQuest on P99 and back in the day, and we've probably done some of it to a certain extent solo. You know, it's not that we want it easy, but the thing is, times are different now for everyone. You know, you can't. People don't have the time that they used to have. Even young people don't. Like, you know, my son, we was quite worried about him for a certain period, because he was unfortunately like his dad, where he spent a lot of time playing his computer. But he doesn't do that anymore, you know, because he's got a job. He still enjoys playing games, you know, and whatnot. But the people haven't got the time that they had. We haven't got the time that we had, you know. So the target audience hasn't. So you just need to, whether you like it or not, that's the reality of it. And I don't know. I'm just moaning. I hope you don't feel like I spent the whole video moaning. I'm not moaning. I'm just, you know, I'm frustrated because the data is there to see, but you know I understand, like, wanting to create something, like, you know, you want to paint a guy that's got an ear for a nose and an eye for a you know, for a hair or something. And if you're Salvador Dali, you can get away with that. If you're not, you can't, you know. And if you want people to look at your painting, more people to take notice of your painting, then I don't know, you need to be a bit you need to be a bit more conventional, maybe, and just rein in some of your creative juices. I mean, there is an MMO at the moment that is not functioning as an MMO, and the reason that the community that's left and the developers are talking about the reason is it's not functioning as an MMO, because it's everyone else's fault. It's not the decisions that they've made. And Monk's getting absolutely battered. That is an even con, though, I suppose. I'm not even taking notice to con the mobs now. And you know, it was like, I mean, we all remember Chris's streams, don't we? Anyone who was involved with Shrouded Avatar must remember Chris's legendary streams, where someone would ask him a question that was a bit edgy, and he would absolutely go off on one. It was everyone else's fault. The reason that people are moaning is because of players and content creators, and it's Unity's fault. It's always Unity Engine's fault. It was always a website's fault and stuff. And that is still the attitude. Developers are not willing to take any accountability for their game. As I said, there's a game at the moment that's not operating as an MMO. A lot of the players are saying, look, this is a problem, but none of the conversation around trying to fix the problem is dealing with the systems in the game. It's always it's a content creator's fault because they've done a negative video, or it's a player's fault because this player is omnipotent or a superhero, and if they say that, look, there's no one playing the game, that means that no one's going to play the game, so it's your fault. You know, MMORPG.com have done a negative feature on our game, so it's their fault. It's everyone else's fault except them. But ultimately, it is almost 100% the developer's fault if your game is not operating properly. If your MMO is not operating as an MMO, unfortunately, it's your fault. It's difficult, but it is your fault. You know, you can't. I'm not saying that someone being negative doesn't have an impact, but many of the people who would have been impacted by a negative review have already tried the game, and they've already moved away from it. They're not playing it because of the negative review. And a new audience, like if you're trying to capture a new audience, is very small. As I said, like my youngest son and probably my oldest son as well would probably be ideal candidate. They're big gamers, of course they are, because that's all we did when they were kids. Well, that and play football in the garden, and badminton and cricket. But yeah, they're big gamers, and this game would maybe be ideal for them, but they're not. They're not going to play it. You know, there isn't really a new audience. It's like Disney creating Marvel films full of, whether you like it or not, girls and whatever, and they're not doing very well. Well, of course they're not, because the traditional audience of superhero films is boys, whether you like it or not. That's how it is, you know. And you're trying to attract this modern audience. And I did do quotation marks there. That it's just not really there. They're not there, and that's why no one's watching your film, you know. And that's why people have stopped playing a game, because the audience that you want is just not there. You know, you need to appeal to the dads. That's my opinion, or the granddads. It's weird, because I mean that is the attitude of some of the developers I've seen, Liz. It's that if you're playing our game and you don't like it, it must be you. It couldn't possibly be the game or the decisions that we've made. You know, it's weird. It's so weird. And it's difficult. I mean, we've had this conversation before, haven't we? You know, I'm sure we've all worked on a project at work, and someone's come and picked holes in it, and you're seething inside, you know. But when the dust settles, it's like, oh yeah, maybe I got a point there for that thing and that thing or whatever, you know. It's like honestly, Ben, I think I mean, with Pantheon, I think they've started again. So I don't think you're going to be up behind the curve at all. I think that you'll be right. Yeah, it's really common. It's funny because I thought it was only in the AAA indie. Sorry, I thought it was only in the AAA area. But it's actually in the indie development scene as well. Like developers just taking everything too personally, and obviously you get trolls and stuff, and you know you have to be able to have a thick skin to deal with those idiots. But like when it's your target audience and you're, you know, I find it very, very strange. I think to myself sometimes, like not in a an egotistical way, but and I'm just a small channel, and I've always been a small channel, and that's why I like it. But sometimes I just think to myself, fucking hell, indie MMO developers must absolutely hate me. Bloody hell! All I seem to do is moan. I never used to. I don't think I did anyway. I think my videos used to go through a fairly straightforward process of starting an MMO and kind of liking it, because you do, you know, at the start and whatnot, and then you become increasingly frustrated by it. And I suppose at that point you should probably stop making content on it, because it's just going to get more and more frustrating. Yeah, I probably don't give a shit, probably. I like these. These mushrooms are cool. I'm not sure if you can make them, but I found them in some chests, and I was kind of saving them for like grouping moments or stuff. But the servers have been pretty quiet. Maybe I need to change over to the other server. The server's been pretty quiet during the day. But I guess that's not unusual. Yeah, there is little accountability. They really don't seem to hold themselves accountable for any issues they've got. It's like, it's even when it gets to a point where, as I said, like there are MMOs out there that are not operating as an MMO. You can't play them as an MMO because there's just simply not enough people playing them. But even at that point, they still won't accept the fact that maybe, like it's a marketing problem, or it's a content problem, or it's it's someone making a negative review problem. There's no, there's no accountability for it. I'm quite liking the monk. I might load up P99 and play the mean monk. Give an Ixar necromancer a fungi and just go around punching things. Yeah, the games industry in general is in a bit of a bad space, isn't it? Just from I'm not all. Some things I hear I don't agree with. Like I think monetization is obviously really bad, but I also think that there is a certain responsibility that players need to take as well. There are a lot of. I know quite a lot of gamers who won't buy a game when it comes out. They'll wait for it to be heavily discounted, even if they really want it, which is fine. It's their prerogative. But if you're waiting for a game and you really want it, but you don't buy it at full price, like even the base price, then that is an issue for people, developers particularly, like publishers, obviously. Who gives a rat's arse? But yeah, I do know quite a lot of gamers who won't buy a game at full price. Bearing in mind that the inflation of gaming costs it's not really changed much, really. I was paying 50 quid for a game 20 years ago, 30 years ago, so it's not like it's gone up. I think it's all of these. Well, it's the cash shops and stuff, but also it's all these different versions. 50 quid now gets you like an unfinished game, and you have to pay a bit extra. You have to pay a bit extra to get the full game. It's yeah. Yeah, well, I think there's some. Did you say, Liz? I think there's no wipes first of all, but also you've got to take into account that, the VIP players, they're playing all the time, and they've probably been playing for ages. So, they're going to know all of the. They're going to know all of the little. They're going to know how to get to max level the quickest, aren't they? Well, do you know what, Liz? Just going back to a point you made, I think part of the issue is that people are making these games in their spare time as a hobby. I actually think that's a problem, because if you don't, I don't know how some of them have kept going, but I guess if you're not financially under pressure, I guess you don't have to. I guess you can leave things as they are. Maybe I don't get it. It's weird. Maybe there's. I did hear that there's just like. There are people that with a lot of spare money that just like investing in things. And so maybe that's how these games keep going, is that there's a half a dozen people who have looked at their MMO and they quite like it, so they've invested some money, and that means that the development can kind of keep ticking along without a huge audience. It's weird, but maybe that's it. I don't know how else you would keep going. unless it was just like a hobby, you know, that you enjoyed doing. And yeah, there was a big thing about the seed investors a while ago, and wasn't there some kind of like court thing or whatever? I'm not sure if that ever happened, but yeah, I did kind of seem to hear something. I remember hearing something about that. I don't want to fight that dude. Our monk doesn't seem to be able to deal with the even cons particularly well, although I'm not using his evasion ability as I should be, so it's probably my fault. Do you know the other thing as well that the MMOs have been doing? I'll say indie MMOs because that's mostly what I'm playing. Is that they like you to punch an animal in the face, don't they? Like all of them, the vast majority of the mobs that you fight are animals. You know, goblins, orcs, trolls, even humanoids are kind of like the, you know, are fairly limited. I love an animal. I'm not sure, they're obviously not from PETA, these developers. The RSPCA would be on you like a flash. But I've noticed that as well. It's all animals. You spend 90% of your time punching a badger in the face. Which, I mean, I wouldn't like to do. Imagine punching a badger in the face. Bite your hand off. I had an experience with a badger once. Oh, holy smokes, they're aggressive little buggers, I tell you. So like Wolverine's a pound for pound the most vicious animal in the world. Yeah, you stick them up against the bloody badger, mate. Give them a run for their money. They're saying that I actually myself. I was in France with a family, and we were wandering around a forest in France, and this wild boar, just walked out in front of us, and he just kind of stood there looking at us. We looked at it, and we was like, "Oh," but it was all right. I had a stick. Some old bloke said, "If you're going to go walking in there, just take a stick," and we did, and that was why. It was lovely, but it was like, oh shit, there's a ball. Yeah, it's more the mobs. Like all of these MMOs seem to be copying a similar formula with the mobs as well. Like between this game and Embers Adrift, I must have punched about 1 million deer in the face. Where have all the classic fantasy, mobs gone? Where are your goblins and your orcs and your half-orcs and your elves and whatever? I mean, there's an ogre in EverQuest. You spend a lot of your time punching... what's the... oops. What are the mobs that you... what are the mob camps in Fear Rock that you fight? I can't remember what they are. Yeah, I must have cast Calm beforehand or something, or it's mesmerised by the stick. One of the two, but it kind of went about its way, and we decided to go back the way we'd come. You don't get that sort of wildlife now, not in the UK, although anyway. So confrontation with a badger is probably the lizard men. Yeah, lizard men. Where are all these humanoid mobs that based on fantasy races gone? Why am I punching deer and snakes and rats? It's all of them. It's all of them. I didn't just realise that. They're all animals. Deer punching simulators. That's what they are, aren't they? Yeah. It's weird, isn't it? How that It's weird how, I'm not sure if it's like a model thing. Maybe it's just cheap to buy Unity assets off the store that are all animals. But why are they all animals? I only just noticed that. I mean, I noticed it in Embers Adrift because that's all it was, but it's the same here as well. I don't know. I need to go and have something to eat, I think. What I'll try and do before the end is I'll try and make an effort to get to... I haven't seen any groups called out today, but I guess it's probably really quiet. But what I'll do is I'll try and get probably probably the Paladin or the Dire Lord up to... I've seen people calling out for like boar camps and goblin camps, kind of like level 8 or 9ish maybe. So I'll try and get a class to that before the ends. I just think that's what it might be. Yeah, maybe the animal assets are the cheapest ones. I don't know. I think Monsters Memory seems to have a good selection of not even any skeletons really. There are some skeletons, but not lots of them. Yeah, the starter areas you generally, don't you? But it does seem to be a thing in general. There's quite a lot less. It's just a lot of animals that you're fighting. Yeah, as you said, maybe it's just an engine cheapness thing. I don't know. Maybe they'll change them at some point. Anyway, guys, yeah, as I said, what I'll try and do is get a character up to a point where I can maybe go to the goblin camp and stuff, and maybe do a bit of grouping. Like before the test ends. As I said, I'm not going to invest the money to become a VIP because I think it's just, you know, even if you can afford it, it's overindulgent, and I think it's just not right. But Starfield, mate, I don't know. I did start another playthrough again recently, and I had this crazy notion of trying to go and visit every planet and stuff, but. Yeah, I will check it out, but Bethesda are not in my good books at the moment. So almost on principle, I kind of feel that I don't want to play their games. But I will. I'll check it out. When's it on the 15th? I'll have a look. Okay, so. I'll come back tomorrow and we'll try and get a class up to level 8 or 9 maybe, and see if we can do a little bit of grouping and hey mate. I'll be back tomorrow probably about the same time, so well, I say same time, like same time 4 hours ago. Do you know what, Liz? I have to be honest. I probably should do. I don't even know who Chinny D is. I'm a content creator who generally takes absolutely no notice of other content creators. Apart from Asmongold sometimes. I used to be really interested in the old P99 content creators, like. I used to watch a lot of Level 1, obviously. Yeah, there was I can't remember his name, but there was a guy who I was quite friendly with. He used to play an XR Shaman. He used to do quite a bit of content. Ginny D. What, he's one of the developers, is he? Oh, okay, I'll go and check him out then. I guess, yeah, I mean, I guess if people know who he is and they give him a load of stuff, then I feel like Asmongold, isn't it? I love Asmongold. Asmongold's videos are so funny. And I kind of think he's earned the right, but I think he plays new MMOs on easy mode, you know, because as soon as he joins in, you know, he just gets loads of stuff given to him. It's funny. And it's funny, he almost semi-asks for it, but not in a, not in an obvious way. It's just subtle. Yeah, AC Gamer. Haven't watched any AC Gamer stuff for a while. I'm not sure if he's still playing MMOs. I think his Discord's quite active. I think they've got a little group going that kind of all play different games, not just MMOs. Yeah, I think he's earned it though. I mean, I could never do what Asmongold does. Where he sits there and I mean, whether you like him personality or ideologically or politically or whatever, I do find he could sit there for hours and be entertaining. I think, and I tip my hat to that. I think everything he's got, he deserves. He's yeah. Apart from his opinion on classic MMOs, but he's just never going to like those. I think classic WoW is his limit. Anything beyond that is yeah. I remember he watched a video on Pantheon and absolutely ripped it apart. Absolutely. This was one of the earlier videos. Yeah, but then that's not a bad thing actually, because he would probably bring. He would probably bring. Yeah, do you know what, mate? I've come to quite enjoy the graphics engine. As I said, apart from, I think we've all said, apart from the character models, I think it would be nice if they didn't run around so much Disney, as it were. But yeah, I mean, structurally, I've really enjoyed it. I like the lighting's really good and stuff. Yeah. It's pretty decent. I think there is a second zone. Did you see that there? That message. Young Ghost Viper can currently hear and smell you. I quite like if that was turned into more of a thing from a detection point of view. So that wasn't just about like cone of vision or something. I think this is a second zone, but yeah, but I think unfortunately, I say unfortunately, I think it's basically the same visually the same as the old one. Yeah, Avendia's Pass. Yeah, I think it's just the same as the previous one from a look point of view. No, there's snow up there. Look, holy shit. I love a snow biome. I would create a barbarian on P99 sometime just to bop about in the snowy biome a bit. Cool. I'm not sure who comes from the north. Must be the dwarves. I haven't really been in this zone yet. I'm guessing it's too high level for me. Yeah, this is a second zone. I'm assuming it's too high for me though. But I think it's a working zone. I've heard people calling out groups here, so yeah. What I might do this week though, I'm actually quite bored of the Altitus now, so I might just pick a class and oh, it's actually got newbie mobs as well. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's the same. It looks the same from a visual perspective. Except for that snowing mountain up in the top there. Oh, it's got newbie mobs as well. Oh, it's got newbie gathering as well. Interesting. Let's just go until we find something that kills us, shall we? Just to end the video. Yeah, do you know what I really liked was I really liked those ice dwarves they had in that dungeon that time. I hope they keep that. I hope you can play those as as a race of dwarves. I picked one of those as a shaman. Although to be honest with you, I was quite disappointed with the shaman. It's actually yellow, that mob. Let's even com. Okay, so far there's a bear. So far the mobs, young black bear, yellow. Another bear there. Okay. There's no death penalty at the moment, so we'll keep going until something kills us. First person, obviously. A bit more immersive. The first person's done quite well here, actually. It doesn't feel like you've got your face up against the screen. It doesn't have a thingy. Always a bee. Always an aggressive red jacket hornet there. That's aggressive. We'll give that a miss. I've actually enjoyed the Paladin and the Dialord the most. The unfortunately, for me, oops. That was cool because he kind of detected us. And he turned around to face us and he kind of started moving over. But then went back again. I hope the scent and the sound system. Oh, what is it? Look at what? Oh, look at that. What is it? Little jaguar type dude. More animals though, poor buggers. oh no, I'm going to die. Definitely going to die. Ooh. There we go. A thicket stalker. There's a big camp of them here. Look. Nice. Yeah, I didn't notice that in the grass. I got killed by some snakes as well. Someone did say that to me in the grass, actually. Yeah, I'm disappointed with the Shaman, actually. I didn't find it that much fun. I mean, it's only like level 6, but yeah, it wasn't... I think I saw the Spirit of Wolf type spell, and it wasn't really a Spirit of Wolf. It kind of just increased your sprint capabilities. Although it does get like a cat pet, which I did want to get to, but then... I think I was looking on the Discord, and apparently that Shaman's got nerfed with the patch. Instead of a reasonable nerf, they nerfed the dots by about like 80%. So I'm casting these 2 dots on mobs, and they're doing something like 2 or 3 damage a tick. It's like, and then I'm poking it to try and finish it off. It wasn't a particularly fun experience. Although it did have some mechanics that I quite liked. It had like a mana regeneration mechanic that's quite interesting, and stuff. Yeah, but the Paladin and the Dialord. I did want to play the Warrior, but the Warrior doesn't really have any skills at the moment. So that wasn't too much fun until they get some more skills in. I like the Monk. The Monk's quite fun. The Rogue's quite fun as well if you like sneaking around. It's got stealth and all that sort of malarkey. And the Rogue is quite heavily tied into the climbing skill as well. So it's got a couple of skills that I think make you better at climbing. But I'll definitely make an Ogre Shaman and an Ogre Dialord when that's available. Defos. Yeah, the casters are in a bad place because they don't. The cooldowny combat system doesn't really work particularly well with them. I'm not sure what level my Enchanter is, but I looked at the skills that they've got coming up, and I think they had like about 2 damage skills, and it's painful having to wait for those to cool down to kill something. They have got quite a lot of crowd control, but that seems to be all they've got at the moment. Anyway, guys, I've got to go, so I've got to have something to eat and stretch my legs. It's 2:21 p.m. here, so I need some food. But I'll definitely be back this week, hopefully tomorrow, and we'll try and move on to a different area. Well, that's all pretty much the same. We'll try and find a little dungeon or cave or something that's got some mobs in or whatever. Anyway, thanks for watching, and I'll speak to you soon.